Good morning. I'm calling to order the February 23rd Housing Committee public hearing. And I'm going to see if there are any comments from my ranking.
Thank you, Senator Moore. I do appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to today. Compared to Tuesday, I think we're going to have a little bit lighter load in terms of number of speakers, but hopefully we can still have some great dialogue with that. And I know Senator Sampson is also excited to hear some. He's currently in labor. There's a public hearing on labor. He's going to be splitting his time between the two, so he'll be joining us later. But looking forward to hearing what the public has to say on some of these some of the bills we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg, my chair, is en route and will be here shortly. So we'll begin. The first person I have is Tom Dunn from the town of Wookett. Is Mayor Dunn here?
He's in person, so he's walking up now.
Good morning, sir.
Sorry about that. Good morning, co-chairs, Moore and Luxembourg, ranking members, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and all other members. I am Mayor Tom Dunn from the town of Wookett and also the president of CCM. The Connecticut Conference of Municipalities is Connecticut's statewide association of towns and cities and the voice of local government, your partners in governing Connecticut. Our members represent 99% of Connecticut's population. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on bills of interest to towns and cities. And our testimony was presented last night. I'm not sure if everyone has read it yet. I'll go through a little bit of it and then into question and answers, hopefully. House Bill 1045 would provide much needed mandate relief to towns and cities. The proposal would relieve municipalities of unfunded state mandate to remove and store the personal property belonging to evicted or residential tenants. This is a mandate that frustrates and befuddles municipal officials because there is no real reason towns should be placed into what is essentially a landlord-tenant issue. The mandate takes up considerable time with little benefit on a municipal level, and CCM urges the committee to pass this common sense legislation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on your new role as the president of CCM.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the mayor? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you for coming and testifying today on this matter. I've had very similar conversations with my first selectman, Ken Kellogg, in Monroe about this problem. Can you just walk through, because I don't think a lot of people know the situation, and can you walk through what happens, what the requirements are of the town when that eviction happens? Like what's that process? If you can just walk us through, I think that'll be very helpful.
The process is with the town or city would get notification from the sheriff's, whatever sheriff's department, that there's going to be an eviction at a certain residence. And that our responsibility now, it has changed from the past. There was some movement on this bill, which the towns were responsible for going in and actually removing from the residents, the rental property, all the belongings, and then transporting them to. Now the sheriff's department is responsible for that. Our role is having somebody available when the sheriffs remove that to go up to meet them at the storage unit. They put the storage in there. We have to take inventory of all the stuff that was left. And after that, then we put the lock on it. We get the key. We have to keep it for 15 days. And then we have the opportunity, you have to post it somewhere that you're going to have a sale of the items that were left. And I could tell you 99.9% of the times our public works department is coming up, removing that, all the product from that unit and bringing it down and putting it in the trash. So I have to have personnel available to go over there. We have to be responsible for any items. We have to get the list that was left. Now it turns over, the responsibility and liability turns over to the town and the taxpayers, actually, because now we're paying for that unit through our budget process. And then we have to remove that product. if you sell it and you make a little money, you still have, employees that you're utilizing and working, and the liability of if they come back and say something's missing. And that happens sometimes, very little. They even come back for the product.
And then do you have heads up? Do you have a notice that this is happening, or does the eviction come out of blue? Like, is there any planning process you can take to this, or is it kind of just caught by surprise, your individual team that you have that's running?
We're caught by a little surprise. It could be a week, it could be 3 days, it could be, and then sometimes either they didn't call us, but they're having the eviction, so again, I have to have office staff prepared, ready to go up, meet with them. It could be 1 load of stuff, 2 loads of stuff, or we have to get 2 units or 1 unit. Again, we're not notified of it. They're in the process of anything that goes on with any residents in the town. They're available. If they're in need of any help, we're there for them. The taxpayers in all the towns and cities. I know I'll speak probably for everybody, but I know Woolkit constantly giving money to our fuel fund, our food pantry. All the help is given to every resident in the town of Woolkit that needs it. So we're already doing our part by helping. And then this here just becomes really a liability. I say responsibility. It's just it really should not be the responsibility of all the taxpayers to store the property of somebody that was evicted from a tenant or a landlord.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for answering that. I appreciate that.
Mayor, I have a question for you, just so we can clarify. The sheriff notifies you that there's an eviction taking place?
Yes, notify the person in charge happens to be in our town, my executive assistant. Other towns are different. We're a little smaller. I don't know how other cities do it. Yes, they notify that on a certain date and a certain address, they're going to be evicting, and they try to give us how many units we're going to need. We have to call up and we have to place either 1 unit or 2 units or 3 units on hold at our storage facility.
So do you have a storage facility, or are you using a commercial space?
We utilize the storage facilities in the town because you have to have it locked and secured, because you're responsible for anything that is missing. It could be, whatever it is from the people that leave it. So putting it down in our, even trying to save money and utilizing a town garage space or another place in town, how secure is that? So
you're paying you're paying a fee for that commercial space?
Yes, we have to pay a fee.
And just I know Walcott is a small community, but do you have an idea of how many evictions you may have over the course of a year that you have to do that that you have to store their goods?
I don't have the exact amount, but it's at least 10 per year. And again, I look at it as the money part is not really the money part is important, but we are a small town. But it's, again, the liability and the responsibility of being responsible for something that you really have no dealing with in the beginning. There's an agreement between the landlord and the tenant, and then all of a sudden all the taxpayers of our town become responsible for something that was left, and that was already left. It's not like we had a chance to help the tenant stay in that place. It's the deal's already done. The stuff is there. It's moved already. We just have to pay for it.
And I'm just trying to make sure I have all the information. What is the cost of let's just say a 2-bedroom that they leave their possessions behind? What is the cost for 30 days for that? Do you have an idea?
It varies. It could be, if we need 1 unit or 2 units, we have to see how much furniture was left, or whatever else they left. It could be mattresses, it could be stuff. And again, that comes to a point too of what you're taking out of there could be actually, a lot of times it seems like it's unhealthy, but it's whatever the units are. We try to get deals on them. It could be $100, $110. Sometimes if we rent 2, it's a little cheaper. But
and that's a monthly charge, correct?
Yes, and we don't know when they're, when it's happening. So it's not like you can't secure them and hold them. You can't hold the units because we don't know when they're happening.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that information. Just trying to get a clear picture on the process for a small town, and maybe opportunity for me to ask a larger town manager what takes place there. Thank you. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and special thanks to Ranking Member Scott for being the sort of in-person chair until I got here this morning. So we're very, very, very grateful for you. I just had one question for you, and then if Senator Moore would allow, I think Senator Sampson has some questions to follow mine, as I understand you're his mayor. But my only question for you, I'll take a first crack at it, is I think the Housing Committee is grappling with the challenge of a challenging area here in terms of concern that tenants that have been evicted or are being evicted don't have the resources to deal with their stuff. Landlords arguably don't have the responsibility to pay for it because it's not their belongings. And municipalities, to your point, are coming forward and saying, this is a landlord-tenant issue, it's not ours. So it's like the problem that nobody wants to solve. And you know, one piece of information that's come to me is said, well, listen, municipalities deal with trash collection, right? Many cities and towns in Connecticut, people take their trash out to the curb and the city or town provides that service. It's not their garbage in the can, but the city or town says, hey, look, it's not our garbage, but this is something we care about taking care of for our city or town, because we don't want garbage everywhere, just like we don't want belongings from a tenant who's been evicted strewn all over street corners. The argument is that cities and towns do have a little bit of skin in this game, but you can see it's a challenging area for us to deal with. My question to you is, do you have any creative ideas as to how the burden of this problem should be solved? Do you think it should be the landlord, the tenant, the municipality, or is there some other creative idea to solve this problem?
I don't know about a creative idea, but I think, you know, what we've been arguing, I've been arguing this for 20 years. So I've been up here. And again, the towns and the cities care about the landlords and the tenants. We have to make sure they're successful, and we want to make sure that the tenants are taken care of. So they're fed, the heating oil, we do that. It's the end of the game when they are evicted. They're already evicted. That process has already been there.
Right.
So how we can deal with that, you know, maybe we could give a deal at our transfer station, because you can't put furniture and all that out at the curbside. That's bulky waste, as the laws are, you know, that we have to follow those laws. So everything's, you know, we're willing to work with it. It's just this bill here, or this mandate, just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem how all the other taxpayers of the town should be footing a bill for some process that they were never part of. And there's no way no one's going to tell me that we don't care about anybody, because we do. We care about them. And you could talk to all the other towns and cities, probably 99.9% of the time, the people do not come back for what they left. And that's ending up in the garbage anyway. So you're paying for that anyway. So if there's a creative idea, we could work with the landlords and say we could, you know, give you a deal at our transfer station, something in your town or city. We're willing to work. I mean, we're willing to help them, but it's just the full thing of when somebody is taken out. Prior to this, we used to have to go in the houses, and I worked for the Public Works Department and had to go in. It's sad. I mean,
Yeah.
But it's already done. That process is done. So the town, it wasn't, you know, you can't blame the taxpayers of the town to say that we don't care, because we do. We will be there. We're there every step of the way. It's just how the responsibility falls on us to make sure we're there, make sure we're liable for the stuff that they did leave, and we have to pay for the service where that stuff is stored. That's what has to be fixed.
Through you, Senator Moore, I appreciate that. I hope I didn't imply that the municipality said in any way didn't care. We're just trying to grapple with some sort of, you know, is there some sort of cost sharing arrangement? You know, how do you fairly distribute the burden of this problem. So I'm very, very grateful for your input and
I'll
testimony.
just add to our residents of town, when we come to our bulky waste transfer station, when they have to throw something away, they have to pay a small fee. It's minimal, but it helps the
There's still a
cost of,
small fee.
because you see, that's a different deal. We got to deal with trash, but the prices, but they do it already. So, again, they're paying for it again, 2 times over.
We appreciate your input. I'll turn it back to Senator Moore and just let her know that Senator Sampson has his hand up here.
So Mayor, I'd like to ask you, have you ever, do you ever have people, tenants who have put lost their goods and it's gone into storage and they file charges to try and recoup their losses? Does
Yes,
that happen?
Yes, we had one incident, and this is, again, the liability. We had one incident of somebody that was removed from their home that claimed that they were missing a small safe. And they went after the sheriffs. The sheriffs were removing it then, and then it came to the town. So the town had to go to court, again, costly, to find out that a family member had taken the safe. And it wasn't, it wasn't the town and it wasn't the sheriffs. And the safe was removed even way prior to them being evicted out of their home. Now, again, that's a good point that, we become liable for their products that could be there or not there. And again, we're not any part of the process before that. And we don't want.
I wanted to ask you, so are you covered by insurance for that liability?
Well, we would be, we have our insurance, yes, if that happened, if it was an employee that did that, or if it was the town, but we don't want to get to that point.
Thank you, sir. Senator Sampson. Representative Ware, I know your hand's up. I'll call you right after Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for letting me go ahead. I just wanted to let the committee know that I apologize that I'm also ranking on the Labor Committee, and I started my morning over there at 10 o'clock. So that's why I was a little late getting here, and I'll be bouncing back and forth. And I just, for the record, I think there are a number of members that are in multiple committees today. So if you see people coming and going, please understand they're not avoiding the hearing. They are just spread pretty thin. And through you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Mayor, very good to see you. Delighted I was able to catch you and run down here. I was like, oh, he's on TV. I gotta fly. So I came running down. And I know my colleagues here asked you a lot of the same things I would have asked. I think the only thing that I wanted to get into with you that wasn't asked really is just how often does this happen? And the question is really about how often do you hear from a tenant that they're, notwithstanding the issue you just mentioned about that safe issue, which was clearly a separate thing, but does it happen often that tenants come back and looking for items that somehow have been disposed? Through you, Madam Chairman.
No, they don't come back to tenants. Very, very few. The amount of times over so many years it's happened, maybe five times somebody's come back or asked. Some people do wait till it comes out of there. They maybe want to get something, but they can't go in there, while it's locked up. They got to wait the same amount of time. So they're actually locked out of the deal too, to the 15 days, and then they could come back and bid on their stuff. So it's very seldom. Town of Wilkes different than all the other towns and cities. If you had, all 169 towns and cities up there, you would get a different answer. But we did, I did bring it up, another town said that they checked with their people that take care of this, and it was no one ever came back for their belongings. And that's just one town. So one example.
Right. Through you, Madam Chairman, that's kind of my expectation too, is that most people know when they're being evicted. I mean, they're going to grab whatever is of any value. I want to thank you for bringing this bill year after year. I've tried to get it moved. We've had a hearing a couple of times. I hope we make it to the finish line this time. And then the problem, as was mentioned by the chairman, was it's really the tenant's responsibility. And we understand somebody who's in a difficult position and the troubles that they're already faced with, and we don't want to pile more things onto them. But to make it the landlord's problem or the municipality's problem, which effectively is a problem for all of the residents, because it's going to cost some amount that will be passed on in the form of taxes. To me, the answer is really to provide proper notice and access for tenants to be able to retrieve items prior to the eviction. And I think that's the direction we're kind of working on as a committee. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate seeing you, and thank you for bringing this important issue to us. Have a great day. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mayor. I wanted to get a clarification on a couple of things that I heard just to make sure that I'm accurate here. What I understood is that when you are called after an eviction has occurred to come retrieve the belongings, almost all of the time, if not all the time, the resident or tenant is absent. You're just addressing the landlord. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't even really address the landlord. The sheriffs give us a notice, give it to our office, and sometimes it could be, a week or 2 weeks, or they try, I think, their best too to get us the information so we could prepare. And when they really don't know how much stuff we're going to have there, so we got to hold a unit or hold 2 units available because they have to make the move in that day. So they move the product, the belongings from the unit to our unit, and then we have to go up and have the inventory list, and then we have to put the lock on it, keep it there, and then in 15 days or whatever it is, we have to notify if we're going to do we did a couple sales. Most of the time it's nothing or $25, and you got personnel up there, and then right after that we have to call our public works to come up, get a crew to come up. It could be 2 units or 1 unit, load it all on and bring it down and throw it into our bulky waste.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So the answer is never or almost never is the tenant or resident present when you're retrieving the belongings. And when it's time to either dispose of them or, is the resident tenant, what I also heard is that almost never, 99.9% of the time, the resident or tenant is not present during the disposition when you're time to dispose of those items or get them out of the storage unit. Throughout this entire transaction, the resident and tenant is not present, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, and then I may have missed this, but just to clarify, is there an average amount of time or a maximum amount of time that you will store these belongings? What's the longest you've had to store these? Through you, Madam Chair.
I believe it's 15 days. We have to by the law, by the mandate.
Okay, so that's a minimum that you're required to keep them at least 15 days, but what is the longest you've had to keep these?
Probably not much more than that because we have to pay for the unit. So we would probably do what we try to do as a auction. And like I said, most of the time, somebody will just try, look at it and $25, I think it was the last one we made.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies. I was just wanted to make sure this wasn't dragging up. This wasn't the process that was 6 months or a year. This is happening relatively quick within a month. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I really do appreciate your indulgence with these questions. I'm trying to get my arms around what's taking place. And Representative Luxembourg, right after me, I'll give you a moment. So the process is they're evicted. A sheriff notifies you, you send someone out to watch as everything's being loaded. You then put in a rental unit for 15 days. So when you tell me it's 110 per month, it's about $55 for half a month. And then are you auctioning this stuff off to someone after?
We've tried, we've had a few, and it's been, I would say, unsuccessful because it's not like you come up there and make the money back from the unit plus the personnel that you have over there that you're paying to be over there, and then the liability of the product. So, well, you can have the opportunity to auction.
Because I'm thinking about storage wars. Where people are going in bidding on these bins, and I'm like, okay, are you recouping your money at auction or not? But you're saying you're not recouping your costs. You're not even getting $55 for the
No,
content.
Yeah, I'd have to get all the records back of what we've done, but it wouldn't add up to much over the years, at all. And again, I'm speaking for Wolcott. I do represent CCM. I mean, every other towns and cities may be different. But I don't think there's anybody successful in it. And it's mostly the liability and the responsibility that really, shouldn't be on the municipalities' hands or the taxpayers.
Thank you, sir. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I see Representative Kadeem Roberts has a question on the committee. Do you mind if we have him proceed?
That's fine. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. So I understand everything now, the 15A process, the sheriff contacting you. Maybe I missed it, but I'm just trying to get clarity as far as once the tenant has been evicted, you deal with the sheriff and they go upon the process. Is the tenant at all notified of where their belongings are? The process of how they can reach their belongings if they miss something, or because I'm hearing that they never reach back out or they rarely even contact you guys. So like that process right there, I'm just trying to find clarity in that.
No, they're aware of where their product is. They're aware of where they can get it if they want it. Again, that becomes our responsibility again. They have to meet, or they'll come up to the town hall. Now they got to walk into the town hall. They got to meet with our in my town, again, it's my executive assistant has to come up to the mayor's office. They've just been evicted. It could be a bad situation for them. And it becomes a bad situation for us. We have, we weren't part of the process. We didn't rent the home to them. We didn't, we're there to help them. Again, like I said, oils, energies, but now we are the caretaker of their belongings, and they're now desperate to get, if they want to get them. Some of them, I mean, they don't really, again, you'll see them, you'll talk to them, they know where they are, but they won't come back for them. A lot of it's not there. There's nothing there for them to come back. They already took it all out, the things that they wanted.
Thank you. And so, and maybe I'm not too familiar with Wolcott. I'm from Norwalk, but
Yeah.
as far as low income housing, so where do you see these cases within your city? Is this in multi-units, or like what kind of fields is this in?
It's some are rental, but some are houses. We've emptied a full houses out of good rental houses, and they're full. I mean, again, what they leave, it's old dressers, broken drawers, the kitchen stuff. Again, I did have some pictures of things, but I didn't think it was proper to do that. Of the way places are left, and again, that's when we had to go in and get the stuff. I personally was part of that when I was on Public Works. That's when I became mayor and started saying, oh, I don't, we're in here. Or if the tenant is at the eviction, when we're coming in as the Public Works Department, that's when I was kind of frustrated. It's like, why are we part of this process, to see, somebody crying or leaving? But after that, it gets to the point now when I became mayor, seeing that we're paying for the storage, and you really have no responsibility from the beginning. You can't even work through the process. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
it could be homes. It could be full homes that get emptied out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Kevin Brown would like to ask a question through you.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here. As I'm sitting here listening, I'm thinking about when items are collected, being that it's a municipality, which is also responsible for school district. Is there a filtering process when we're collecting the items out of the homes, property that belongs to the town, school-based property, school books, laptops, things of that nature that would already belong to the town? Or they're being careful enough to kind of filter those items out and recoup and bring those back to the schools or other town agencies that property might have belonged to, that was in use by the tenants, but now they've left behind when they vacated the property?
Again, that would be at the end of the process. If we had the opportunity to empty out the unit and it became ours and nobody else wanted it. if there were items in there. But I don't see that too many times, you know. Again, we're not there at even the eviction itself is taken by the sheriffs, then the product, the list, and then we have to meet them at the unit and then go over the list as they're unloading. So if there is something in there, I haven't seen it. The town property.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much for giving us your time and expertise and sharing that information.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You also. Next, I have Mayor Luke Bronin from the city of Hartford. Mayor Bronin, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Mr. Chair and ranking members and all the committee members, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm testifying this morning in support of House Bill 6705, which is an act authorizing bonds of the state for the Connecticut for the Housing Receivership Revolving Fund. There is a Housing Receivership Revolving Fund that was established under state statute many years ago. It's in section 47A, 56I through K. It has not been funded or utilized for many years, but I believe that it's a really important and could be a very valuable tool to communities that are working to make sure that buildings that provide vital housing opportunities to our community are kept in a condition worthy of the tenants. As you know, here in Hartford and in many of our cities, we have buildings that are operated by landlords who extract resources without investing in those properties. And that often results in properties that are extremely deficient. We do our best to enforce our code requirements and compel landlords to make the improvements that need to be made to ensure that housing is safe and healthy and clean. However, that can be a very lengthy process. And when there is a property owner or landlord who is not interested in making that investment, it can be very difficult to make timely improvements to properties that really need to be improved quickly in order to ensure safe, quality housing. The Housing Receivership Loan Fund would provide a tool to be used in those extreme situations where buildings are in serious disrepair and where landlords are not cooperating. It would enable municipalities to ask the court to place a building into receivership. And critically, it would provide a source of funds that could be then used to make the capital investment necessary to improve the quality of that building and make sure that the housing is worthy of the tenants. The revolving fund would be a true revolving fund because it could be replenished both by the rents generated by the building and secured by a lien placed on the building. So it's important to note that while this would require an upfront investment of funds, it would be a revolving fund that would be replenished and that would provide communities like Hartford and other communities facing the same situation throughout the state a really important tool to ensure that we are holding landlords accountable and taking action when necessary to take the building out of their hands for a period of time to make the improvements that they refuse to make. Again, this would require court intervention, court appointment of a receivership, so there will be plenty of due process. But what's necessary beyond that is a source of funds that can be used to make those investments. I'll note that I think it's a priority of the state as a whole. It's been a priority of the governor, and I think of many legislators, to ensure that we are expanding the supply of affordable housing. Part of that effort includes making sure that the existing supply of housing is quality housing. And I think that this initiative could go a long way in helping to ensure that. I would ask the committee to consider significantly increasing the amount proposed to capitalize this fund. Where you have buildings that are in serious disrepair, a receivership fund should be used for those buildings that require the most significant work. And I think that means it needs to be capitalized at a much higher level than is proposed. I would say many multiples of what's proposed. But again, to keep in mind that it's a true revolving loan fund that can be replenished by rent sources and secured by a lien. It could be capitalized today, but benefit communities for many, many, many years to come. I would propose substantial increase in the funds proposed to be dedicated to this, as well as an increase in the limits to how much could be dedicated to any one community. But I'll stop there. I'm very grateful to the committee for raising and considering this bill, and look forward to the conversation questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin. All right, so Mayor Bronin, after everyone asks these questions on this bill, I'd like to go back and talk to you about HB 1045, if you don't mind. And so can you, for this 6705, can you walk us through how this would happen? I mean, the process of this.
Sure. So the receiver would have to be appointed by a court. Now, there are existing receivership statutes in many different contexts. There is, for example, a light receivership a possibility. But if a building is maintained in a condition that does not meet code, that presents a threat to life, safety, health of its residents, municipality could appeal to a court to put that building into receivership, to appoint a receiver, and then the receiver would have the ability to access this fund to fund the investments necessary to fix the building and improve its condition. The building could then stay in receivership for whatever period of time is necessary for the rents to repay that loan, and or could be have a lien placed on it, and that would allow the state to ensure that it is fully repaid. So again, the key here is where you have landlords that are not willing to make those investments that are necessary to bring a building up to code. It provides a critically important new tool for municipalities to ensure that those changes are made, and would allow for the building itself over time to repay that loan.
And have you experienced this in Hartford?
Well, we've experienced countless situations where we have buildings that are in serious disrepair, where we have landlords, usually out of town, out of state landlords, who care very little about the quality of the housing and very much about extracting as many resources as they can. We have taken a number of measures to try to address that, including increasing the number of housing inspectors, putting in place a proactive residential licensing program where we require all buildings to be licensed in advance after inspections by our team. We're in the process of rolling that out. It's a phased rollout depending on building size. But we have encountered many situations where we wish we had an additional tool, and we wish we had the ability to have a receiver appointed who would then have a source of funds to use to make the necessary repairs.
And who would initiate this process?
It's my expectation that the city would initiate the process. I think it is possible that you could fashion this in such a way that tenants themselves could initiate the process to try to have a building placed in receivership if a landlord or property owner is not complying with requirements.
Thank you so much. All right, so Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor Bronin. I just want, first, I just want to commend you for your leadership and thoughtful work on this proposal. I think it is excellent and very, very much needed. And your testimony about needing additional, needing it to be capitalized at a higher level. Are you thinking 5 million or 3 million? Obviously I understand the more the better, but
yeah.
Do you have a specific number in mind?
I think that it should be capitalized with tens of millions of dollars. What I would say is, put this in context of the broader initiative to expand access to quality housing. That includes a $600 million initiative that the governor has put forward, which I know you will all be considering, but represents a substantial commitment and a recognition of the fact that expanding the supply of quality housing and quality affordable housing is a strategic priority and strategic need for our city. And we shouldn't leave existing units out of that conversation because when buildings are in such severe disrepair, they get into a cycle of continued deterioration, continued disinvestment, and that can end up taking units offline. We should do what we can to make sure that we are ensuring that every existing unit is of sufficient quality, that it can be occupied and occupied safely, and residents in good health. So I leave it to you, obviously, to consider all of the priorities that you have. But I think that because this is a revolving loan fund that would provide benefits to countless communities for many, many years to come, that it should be sufficiently capitalized to do the work well. Now, I will say at the same time, to the extent that it is valuable to establish something, to see that it works, to provide an opportunity to make tweaks if necessary, and then to fund it, with additional dollars in the future. I understand that approach, but I do think that the current amount in the bill is probably inadequate to do that. I think the situations where you would want to use this tool are situations where buildings require a substantial amount of investment to bring them up to code and up to adequacy. And so I think what's in there now might be sufficient for one or two buildings, but I don't know that it would be sufficient to move the needle in the multiple communities that face this challenge.
Well, that's a good segue into my my next question for you. One of the things that I really like about this proposal, if I'm understanding it correctly, and that's why I'm hoping to have you shed some additional light on this part of the process. And I think Senator Moore was getting at this as well, as it seems to me like one of the great things about your proposal here is that it gives municipalities leverage. So as I'm imagining this, whether it's 750,000 or $1 million or 5 million or 10 million, at some point, when you're trying to negotiate with an out-of-state or out-of-town slumlord, and I also love that this isn't painting all landlords with the same brush. This is a tool to go after only the bad actors. But at some point when you're negotiating with that slumlord that has left a building in disrepair, and your residents are hurting, I'm imagining in that negotiation, you come to a point where the slumlord's not responding. They're not fixing the units. They don't care. They don't live here. They don't care about the well-being of the residents of Hartford in that building. And at that point, you'd love to be able to say, like, hey, we're going to go to court and get this into a receivership. And if the slumlord happens to have lots of resources and they just don't care, so they're actually a particularly nefarious bad actor. They have the money, they could fix it, they could take action, but they're choosing not to. Right now, your next move in that negotiation is, let's go to court. And right now, the slumlord says, go ahead. I mean, it's like that threat to bring them into compliance lacks teeth because there's no money in the revolving fund to move forward. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, does putting money in to this fund give you leverage in that negotiation, because it makes the threat to go to court and get it into receivership more real for the bad actor?
Yeah, I believe so, Representative. I also think that it makes it more likely that you will find an entity willing to act as a receiver, because hard to find somebody or an organization or an entity that's going to step up and act as a receiver if they don't have the resources up front to invest. So I think both of those things are true.
And who do you envision, or do you know when this, I guess this was more active back in the 80s, and what type of entity might be a receiver if the fund?
It's a good question, and I don't come in with any preconceptions about it. There are a number of organizations, I suspect, in every city that focus on housing quality, expanding housing opportunity. And there are also, in some cases, there may be private firms that either manage property or that develop property, who could play that role of serving as receiver in order to coordinate the work that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you very much for those answers. Very helpful. I don't have any other questions, but we thank you, Mayor, for your thoughtful testimony. So I'll turn it back to Senator Moore.
Thank you. Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mayor Bronin. I listened to the thoughtful questions from my colleague, Representative Luxembourg, and for all the reasons, I agree this is a touchy subject. You've got bad actors, you've got landlords who are not responsive, who are not looking out for the best interests of their property or their residents. And so for all those reasons, I recognize that this is something that would potentially be a tool for any city to use in an effort to get those landlords, get the attention. I guess part of who I am, part of who I am is asking, okay, what the kind of the what ifs and what could go wrong with this? And what has there been any consideration given to if the value of the cost of the repairs needed exceeds the value of the property? And what, I guess this is in the infancy stages, but what might that scenario look like? If the repairs are 400,000 and the building's worth 200,000, what's that scenario look like, or have we taken it that far? Through you, Madam Chair.
For sure. Thank you very much for the question. I think there are a few answers to that. There may be situations where repairs exceed the value of the building. I'm not sure how common they would be, but in those situations, I think that the receiver would, I believe that the receiver would work with the court to put together a remediation plan, which may extend over a period of time. And the repairs that can be supported by the rent stream of the building would be the initial repairs. Additional repairs would be made over time. But I think that just as an existing landlord would work to address the most pressing compliance shortfalls, the most pressing code violations, and then move on to address remaining deficiencies over time, would be available here under the supervision of a receiver, again, under the oversight of the court.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So Mayor Bronin, can I come back to you now about the storage and ask you what has your experience been? And you're large, probably next to Bridgeport. You're one of the largest cities in Connecticut. What is your experience with this storage?
We have a portion of our public works facility that is essentially dedicated to storage, where we store items. Our teams spend I think on a weekly basis, probably spends somewhere between 6 to 8 hours a week collecting items. So it's not insubstantial. Obviously, I think it's I have to confess, I have not, I missed the prior discussion, prior testimony, and I have not studied the bill, but I am familiar with what we do here.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my arms around what it cost you to, so Mayor Dunn had shared that he's in Walcott, it's a smaller town, but the process, I guess, is the same for everybody, and how the sheriff is notified and notifies the municipality, and then they have to be there to review what's being taken out of the house, and then they utilize a commercial storage space for the person's goods, and they hold it for 15 days at a cost of about $110 a month. And then after 15 days, if nobody comes forward, I guess they have the option of how they get rid of it. So do you have any idea how many evictions you might have in a year, and what your process is of, are you using commercial space, or do you have dedicated space within your municipality?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, I can't tell you the number of evictions that take place where we have household items that need to be stored. I can tell you that it's a regular occurrence, and as I said, I think on a weekly basis, I very quickly, as I was getting on, reached out to our DPW director just to get the estimate. And about 6 to 8 hours a week by our DPW team spent collecting that material or managing that material. We do not use private storage. We have a portion of our public works yard or public works facility set aside for storage. And we do, what you just suggested, which is hold it for an appropriate period of time.
All right. Well, I haven't seen Hartford on Storage Wars, so I guess people aren't bidding the way they do on TV for all these great things that are pearls that are left behind. But I thank you for that. Are there does anybody else have a question regarding the storage or any other questions for Mayor Bronin? Well, sir, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Take care. Next, I have Paul Januski.
Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, ranking members, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and honorable members of the Housing Committee. And thank you for the opportunity to speak at this wonderful hour as opposed to 5 a.m. the other morning. This is much more pleasurable. Thank you. Paul Januszewski, full-time housing provider and president of the Greater Enfield Landlord Association. I'm here to support and oppose some bills. I have submitted written testimony, so I ask that you refer to that. But House Bill 66, 66, and 6708, we oppose those bills. Both bills limit the security deposit that can be collected. I want to stress that the security deposit is not something that we have to collect 2 months worth for. It's actually a negotiation tool. It's a tool that we have at our disposal when applicants that are marginal in their ability to secure an apartment, we can use that higher security deposit as a negotiating tool to hedge against a little bit higher risk that these tenants may have. So it's not a mandate that landlords charge 2 months. It's an allowance that we charge 2 months. We should actually be able to allow to charge more, but to require 1 month and no more than 1 month, I think that's actually going to be a detriment because it's going to force some landlords not to take the more marginal applicants and move on because the risk can't be offset. House Bill 6706, we support that bill, rental assistance program. We need to get this program working better. I can tell you from personal experience that Section 8 people that apply for the apartments, it takes an interminably long time for the HUD program, the housing program to come around, get the apartments inspection, get the approval done, get the paperwork done and so forth. And in that time, almost 2 months can go by. I could have filled that apartment in a week if I didn't have to wait for the housing assistance program. So I'd like to see this bill go through. It's a great idea. 1045, support that bill. Story property left behind by tenants. I want to stress that most of the time, the property left by tenants is not stuff that they even wanted. That's why it's left behind. But they didn't have the means to dispose of it properly. So the landlords and the communities are stuck with that property. Some apartments that I've turned over, not necessarily from eviction, but the stuff that's left behind. I've had to make truckloads of stuff to the landfill because it was left behind, and they're not supposed to leave it behind. The same thing happens in an eviction. And an eviction is not a surprise to the tenants. They have a long time notice that it's coming because most evictions, when we go through these things, take 4 to 6 months. So it's not a surprise that they're being evicted. And the stuff that's left behind clearly is most of the time unwanted, broken, and soiled materials that they no longer wanted. That's why it's left behind. And now it's up to the community, the municipality, or the landlord to store it. That just isn't fair. So I support that bill. 1050, support this bill within
Mr. Januszewski, can you start wrapping up for us, please?
Absolutely. Just about to wrap it up. Thank you. So 1050, we support, but when we put together the panels that may be on these studies, please make sure that we have equal tenant and landlord representation on these panels so that we develop a true picture of what's going on, a true picture of how everybody is being impacted, and a fair statement of what action should be taken. I'd like to see that one amendment in 1050 would go good. Just in regards to the last speaker, Mayor Bronin, and House Bill 6705, I'd also like to throw my support behind that bill and Mayor Bronin's approach to dealing with the unresponsive slumlords. We need tools to be able to deal with the landlords that are unresponsive to taking care of their buildings and taking care of their housing and let them decay into deplorable conditions. I support that 100%. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? So I don't see any, but Mr. Januszewski, I heard your testimony about the storage. and for some people, they may see it as junk, but for others, it maybe they didn't have, you know, if they're getting evicted, you know, maybe they didn't have the means to be able to move some as much as they would like to move, or have the resources, financial resources to get their goods. You know, junk to you may not be junk to me, and junk to me may not be junk to you, right? And it may be all that I have that I've left behind for whatever reason. I've been fortunate, I've never been evicted and not really been a renter. But, you know, I understand this dilemma, but I also have to think about a person who may be leaving valuable things behind, because everybody's saying this is junk, but I'm quite sure that there are instances when people have left valuable things behind. I'm just going to give you from the city of Bridgeport what I watched happen, where their goods are picked through, and the good stuff makes it to wherever they take it for storage. It disappears, but the junk ends up in the storage facility, right? That's why I asked about the liability. Who's liable for any goods that are that people come back for and want it and it's missing? That was important to know, that the town has liability insurance against that. So do you know of instances where one of your apartment owners has been taken to court, litigated for items missing out of their storage that they thought was of value to them?
I have experience. One of the people that are in our group did have experience with a tenant who moved out, didn't take all of their belongings with them. It did turn into a little bit of a debacle, but the item that was claimed to have been misplaced, we don't know if it was ever found, but it was never found in the possessions either. I'd like to stress, and you're absolutely right. What's junk to some people may not be junk to others. But there may be an occasion where someone who's being evicted doesn't have the means to move things that are truly valuable to anybody. Maybe it's their best furniture or whatever. They don't have a truck or means or the people to be able to move that stuff. But I'd also like to stress that while that may happen, it's very infrequently, as you heard Mayor Dunn say, and you heard the testimony coming forward, and the people that I've dealt with through our group, the sheriffs, the public works departments, the stuff that's collected and stored never gets claimed 99.9% of the time. There is very little value to it. Could there be an exception, as you indicated? Absolutely, there could be. But again, the eviction's not a surprise. And if the person works with, I would suggest that if the person works with their landlord or works with some people that they know, they might be able to get some help. The other thing I'll say, that with regard to the liability, because you bring up a good point there, is that the landlord's not involved at that eviction, that stage of the eviction either. It's between the sheriff. The sheriff serves a notice. The landlord's aware of it, but the landlord's not. The landlord is hands off. We can't be involved in that eviction process when the sheriff is emptying the apartment. So we don't know where the property, we're not responsible for the property. They survey it all, they list it all out, and then it gets sent to whoever is going to be charged for, or whoever is going to be responsible for holding it. And I will also say that in some communities, the town passes along that charge to the landlord to store the goods, which is why this bill is good, because it relieves both the landlords and the municipalities. I'll also say that storage units in this community right now are running in excess of $300 a month, and you can't take it out for a fraction of a month. So when we have to store the materials for 15 days, we're paying for a month's worth of storage, regardless.
Well, that didn't come up, that the storage fee is passed back on to the landlord. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in some communities, they charge the landlord. The communities go after the landlord for that charge, yes. That's why this bill is written to relieve both the landlord and the community from that storage charge. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Januski? Seeing none.
Thank you.
I know we'll be seeing each other again, sir.
We will. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Next is Tara Resteri.
Hi there. I
Tara.
want to thank you, Senator Moore, and other representatives for allowing us to actually have these conversations. The more, whether I'm speaker number 40 or 150, I actually learned so much through this process, whether it's about something I'm speaking on or not. So I'm actually speaking in regards to, Tara Resteri. I'm on the, I live in Greenwich, Connecticut. I'm on the Town Board of Human Services in Greenwich, Connecticut, as well as the Affordable Housing Trust. So affordability in housing is something that is very near and dear to my heart. I'm speaking today in part in support and in part in opposition to 1045. So the issues that I find is that this bill is really, in some parts, it's supportive of an individual who is in need of housing, and in some and I'm sorry, I mean 1049. I support the centralization of the housing authority wait lists. I think that's a great idea, so that there's no redundancy and we understand where the needs are and where the people are. But when we provide and give, when we decentralize in many ways the voucher system and allow the housing authorities to have more, more authority, what it does is it creates a system in which people don't get access to housing. The number of stories that I've heard and read about people not being able to use housing vouchers becomes really disturbing to me. So what I would really like to see is a system in which we centralize the cost and we create competition, and we create a system in which centralization is going to create competition amongst housing authorities, so that the individual that is in need of a voucher, that applies for one, actually has a choice in the matter. And I think if you do this, what it does is it actually makes the housing authorities look at the quality of their product, and it makes them look at the services that they provide, and to attract people. Because what's currently happening is that you've got this cobweb of rules that are tied around these things that makes it so onerous for the recipients of vouchers to actually use them. So I want people to have more access and not less, and I want people to have the ability to use vouchers and not be bogged down by a housing authority who's going to be creating, looking at the bond rate and operations and their insurance and administration. Let's do something a little bit better for the people who have, who are applying for the vouchers.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Absolutely. Take care.
You too. Kathy Flaherty? Is Kathy here? You're muted. Representative Luxembourg, I can't hear you.
Madam, just hang on 1 minute. Just give us a minute. Senator, we had a little bit of a technology breach there. Can you hear us, Senator Moore?
I can now.
Okay. We had a little bit of a tech issue, so we didn't want the person here to start testifying and have that not be accessible to everybody in the public. So just sit tight for 1 second. I just want to make sure the technology issue is resolved before we proceed.
Okay.
We're being told it's been resolved, so we can move forward accordingly. Thank you for your patience, Senator Moore.
Yes. Kathy Flaherty?
Yes, I'm here, Senator Moore. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Ranking Member Sampson and Scott, and all the members of the Housing Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. And I too am much happier to have this number testifying than 231 the other day and talking to you at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that being said, I submitted written testimony on 5 bills. I'm actually going to talk about the one bill I'm opposed to, which is 1045. You have my written testimony, so I actually want to try to address some of the questions I received or that I heard other people already raised. I have been a legal aid attorney for 25 years. The current process we have now is the one that I'm very familiar with, and I would encourage you to ask my colleague Rafi Podolsky about the history of why we have the process that we do. I represent tenants, and it is easy to say, well, you know that the eviction is coming, so why haven't you just prepared better? And why aren't you taking personal responsibility? But people who are getting evicted have limited resources and they can't. And I appreciate what Senator Moore said, because what we may perceive as junk is not junk to them, it is theirs. I have for years told people, focus on getting your personal paperwork, your identifying materials, anything that has sentimental value out of the house, because that's the stuff that's actually most likely to be lost and you will never be able to get it back. So if they're leaving furniture and stuff behind, it's because they don't have capacity. The last time I really saw this bill being seriously pursued was during the foreclosure crisis, when people were losing their entire homes. And so it was a lot more stuff that the cities had to put in storage. You saw people talk about how profoundly destabilizing eviction is. We call it a summary process execution for a reason, because it's basically a bit of a death. You're destroying somebody's house, you're removing them from their shelter. The marshal is taking their stuff and putting it in storage. And the reason you have the city involved is so that you don't have people resorting to self-help and having all kinds of conflicts. Representative Roberts asked, do people actually know where to call? The reality is you don't. The good marshals put on the thing, here's my number, call me. And sometimes when they get as little as 24 hours notice and the person says to the marshal, give me a little bit more time, I'll get my stuff out myself. I have seen marshals for years give people that little bit of extra time and that little bit of extra dignity so they can move themselves out of their unit. But if that thing happens, the reason the tenant is gone is because they can actually be arrested if they don't leave. So they're not going to be there when that's happening. And you don't necessarily know where the stuff is going. You'll get people calling statewide legal services, and then we have to look through things and say, oh, in Hartford, you call this number and you try to get your stuff back. There is nothing saying the town has to hold the things for 15 days. If the person can get their stuff sooner than the 15 days, they're not required to hold it. They just can't sell it to somebody else. I hear the light coming.
Ms. Flaherty, you could start to wrap up for us, please.
I will.
Thank you.
So, there are lots of things I pay for as a taxpayer in Connecticut that do not benefit me personally. I've paid taxes in the town of Newington for as long as I've owned my home in Newington, which is going on 25 years now. We don't have kids. I pay for taxes for our public schools. My parents sent me to private school. You've had taxes from 2 generations of Flaherty's in Newington that didn't benefit us personally. We're part of a society. This is something we should do. And I urge this committee to reject this bill.
Thank you. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. This is truly a fact-finding mission today.
Yeah.
Like that,
Great.
this bill specifically, we have a lot of new members to the housing committee here, and I know I'm looking forward to Rafi talking to be able to get some of that history behind it. So it is truly a fact-finding. So I appreciate hearing both sides of who might be for or against this. Question I have though is, so the bill is written, right? It is written as weighted. It obviously can be tweaked, right? We can actually, change the language. So my question to you is, if we take my biggest issue with it is the town and municipalities, the cities being involved. It is something that they should not have to be as a private matter. They shouldn't have to be involved, and no dollar should go into it. Being said, I agree with you. Like, this is their personal property. And if somebody considers it junk, that's their opinion, right? That is still their personal property. I totally agree with you on that point. what was we just leave it to so the process stays in place, except for the town being the one that's on the hook to make, the landlords are on the hook to do the same process that the municipality has to do. Could the town do this, or to the landlords have to do that? And in that situation, they could recoup those dollars potentially out of the money that is being held for a security deposit, if that's the case, back from the resident, the tenants. Is that something that you think, would you have a little bit more accepting of this bill if that was the case?
No.
And why so?
And and this is a question that I actually think is better answered by Rafi, but I'll do my best because you asked me. That actually is the process in commercial evictions. And Rafi can actually explain why this legislature in previous years made the distinction between commercial evictions and residential evictions. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, punt the rest of that question to him. The other thing I would just like to say is, recognizing that the bill is to start a dialogue and have information. The way the bill is written now, I just see a whole ton of problems. And I actually put in my written testimony, as a lawyer representing tenants with disabilities, I often request a reasonable accommodation of my client's disability for them not to proceed with the eviction process, which means they might not have advanced. They might not have even served my client a summons after getting a notice to quit. But then under this bill, my client would be getting this other notice with all this information on it. And they'd be calling me saying, what is this notice? And I'd have to explain it. And I'd really rather not have to do that. So I think the bill would need, because it just would, the layers of stress that it would cause, I think are unnecessary. And given everything else this committee is trying to do, seems counter to what I've seen this committee trying to do.
Thank you, Kathy, for your comments. I appreciate it. I really appreciate hearing them. I do.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Next is Lauren Tagliatella. Hi, Lauren.
Good morning. Hi, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, and the rest of the Housing Committee. Good to see you guys again. Today I'm here to oppose and support some bills. I figured I would start with the governor's bill, HB 6666. I'm going to break it down into three parts. There are two parts that we support and one part that CTAA opposes. So I'm going to start with the good stuff that we support. We absolutely support getting rid of the ability to discriminate against the LGBTQ community and owner-occupied housing. The fact that that still exists is kind of crazy to us, but we're happy to support that. We also support the municipality fines going from $250 to $1,000 on landlords. The reason why we support that is because we've heard the folks speaking on Tuesday. We think there are a few bad actors in our industry and they're ruining it for all of us. And if they can't take care of the basic life safety things in their buildings, they should be fined for it. You're not going to find people at CTAA getting fined for those violations. The part that we think is hard to swallow is the security deposit going from 2 months down to 1 month max. This was already explained by Paul. We use it as a tool. We have three ways to deal with an applicant. We either fully approve it, we approve it with conditions, or we deny it. This is going to hurt the people that we approve it with conditions. So let me give you an example of when we approve someone with conditions. So we go based on credit. If they are a few points shy of the credit score that meet our criteria, maybe they're 10, 15 points under, we'll offer, we can approve your application, but we have to go to the full 2 month security deposit because we're taking on additional risk because they're, they don't fit our criteria. We probably have between 5 and 10% of our residents that fall into this specific criteria. So I think it would hurt those people because if we were capped at 1 month, that would hurt those people. We wouldn't be able to take the chance on them. Obviously by going up to 2 months. The next bill, let's see, SB 1045. We support this bill. Evictions are very costly for us. I just had one over $16,000 and that was just for damages to the apartment. That doesn't even include the eviction processing fees, attorney fees, and moving fees. If you count all that up, it's over $20,000 for one eviction. So we think this would help us in a small way, but it helps towns more. So we support it. We don't think it's fair for municipalities to have to pay for the storage of the evicted person's belongings either. We also support SB 1049. Anything that makes our voucher programs stronger and more efficient, CTAA and Franklin communities can get behind. So there's that. And then the last one I have to talk about is 1050. Establishing task forces to study the effects of evictions on landlords and rent stabilization policies. We also support that. I think it's really interesting to look at the costs involved from a landlord perspective as well as the tenant perspective. We would really appreciate to have landlords on those task forces. And that's all I have today.
You know, Lauren, thank you. I don't see 1050 on today's agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it there?
Senator, it's not, it's actually the only item on a second page that got that may have got not been stapled to the agenda. So it is on the agenda online, but it may have just not been attached to your packet inadvertently.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Lauren, for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, well, have a good day.
Thank you.
Tyler Terrell. I don't see Tyler. I'll move on to Brian Mezek.
Senator Brian is here in the room and is approaching the microphone.
Thank you.
Senator Brian. I like how that sounds. I'm actually State Marshal Mezek. So good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. Good morning. My name is Brian Mezek. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. I am the president of the State Marshals Association, AFSCME 2193. We represent marshals all across the state of Connecticut. I'm here to comment on two bills this morning. First, 1045, that's the eviction storage bill, and then also on 4728, the task force on evictions. We put in written testimony on both bills. Just on the task force, if you're going to do a task force to study evictions, we would ask that you put a state marshal on it. We're the most acquainted with the eviction removal process amongst all the parties. We're the neutral parties between the landlord and the tenant, and we're in the enforcement mechanism of our state courts. And then this brings me to 1045, I guess the eviction storage bill that's been discussed this morning. This seems to be a perennial topic before the Housing Committee. Look, no one is happy about evictions. The tenants aren't happy, the landlords aren't happy, the marshals have a tough job, the municipalities don't want the thing. It's a difficult situation all around. So I don't really know what to say about this bill except the effects of it. When you look at it, it really is cruel. It's cruel, the effects of what it would do. If we're going to change the eviction process, we need to think about what an eviction removal is really like. I think there's been some generalizations made about what the process is. We have to treat tenants with dignity, even when they're evicted. And I've done probably 1,000 or more eviction move-outs, maybe more. I've lost count. The state marshals know about this process, and I cannot imagine what it would be like to conduct an eviction under the system that's proposed under this bill. I'm left wondering a couple of questions, like what would the function of the marshal be on the actual execution day? Because it looks like our function would be notifying the occupant or the tenant that all their stuff is now legally garbage. That appears to be what would happen, and immediately forfeited to the landlord. I couldn't imagine working under that dynamic. We have a tough job with evictions now as it is. And the bill's not really in keeping with the role of a state marshal. Our job is to enforce the order of the court. The order of the court is a judgment for possession. It's not a judgment to forfeit all the tenant's possessions to the landlord. Now, I've also heard that evictions are like quote, a private matter. And of course, that's true when there's a contract between a landlord or the tenant. But when it comes to an eviction and a summary process execution, That's a court order. That's the force of the government. The marshals are enforcing the court order. So when we do eviction now, our obligation is not solely to the landlord. Our obligation is to the system. Our obligation is to the law, which includes protecting and moving and turning over to the municipality for storage of the tenant's possessions. So evictions are tough. Any way you cut them. And there's really no one typical type of eviction. I'm going to tell you that from experience. Evictions in one town don't look like evictions in another town. I've seen a lot of evictions. Not every eviction is a 1-bedroom apartment in a landlord-tenant relationship. And not every eviction, the stuff left behind is garbage. I just did one yesterday in the town of Wallingford. I woke the guy up in bed in the morning. He had no idea what day it was. Under this system, my peers, I would be just notifying them that all this stuff is legally garbage. We spent the whole morning moving them out. It's kids' bedroom, toys. I mean, it was a tough one, but not an atypical one. So evictions are difficult, unique, and unpredictable, and they're always really personal. And it's one of the most challenging parts of my job and my state marshal colleagues' job. The current process works.
Excuse me, sir. Can you start to wrap it up, please?
All I want to tell you is the current process works. The marshals would say, leave it alone. Leave it alone. And we would urge the committee not to move forward on the bill. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So thank you for your testimony. And, I've been trying to get my arms around what happens in a small town versus what happens in a big city, a large population, and the amount of evictions. But I don't think we have that. So thank you. I'm going to recognize Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Senator Moore, and thank you very much for your service to the state and also your thoughtful testimony. Very, very valuable, I think, to this housing committee to hear from the state marshals, just because we hear a lot from landlords and tenants, as perhaps you can imagine, and from representatives of municipalities, but you do have a very important role to play in this process. And I think it's critical for us to get your perspective. My question is, can you give me an example? Maybe, I think it might be helpful illustratively to the committee. Give me an example of maybe an eviction you've experienced in your role as a state marshal, where you could describe maybe the value of the items that might be at stake that are going off to be stored, to be dealt with later, either via an auction or if nobody wants them at the end of the storage period, et cetera. Like, are we talking like, have you seen ones where it's thousands of dollars, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? I'd like you to shed a little light on that.
Representative, it's difficult to generalize. Certainly, I would say thousands. I mean, when it comes to furniture, is not inexpensive. Clothing is not inexpensive. Books are not inexpensive. Computers are not inexpensive. When it comes to an apartment, it might be, half a truck worth of stuff. But we've done, in the beginning of this year, I did one that was basically, they were occupying a 2 or 3 family house. Their entire life, it was a family house. In summary process, evictions are not just landlord-tenant relationships too. They're often sometimes summary process actions that are filed after the person loses it in foreclosure. So it's a person's home, but it's still a summary process eviction matter, because foreclosure, you can only have that one party. You need to name all the other people. And usually the new owner brings another a case. But we often have ones that sometimes go into a second day of moving. We need 7 guys to move the stuff out. I could not work under a system where the person loses all their earthly possessions. And my function is just to tell them, all your stuff's garbage. They're hard enough as they are, but sometimes, yes, many thousands of dollars. I've done some in the town of Wookett before too, that have taken 2 days. In other communities, and most of my evictions I do are in the city of New Haven. And I know a lot of people go back and pick it up in New Haven. There's been Yale studies to that effect, and they've studied it very, very closely. Some of the students, upwards of almost 50% go back to pick it up in New Haven, from my understanding. I'm in communication with the public works there, and some don't, some do. But just to declare it all garbage, that's a difficult system. And look, no one's happy doing these. Again, the marshals, it's our function, and we need to treat people with respect and dignity. We keep the landlord and the tenant apart. We provide a notice. We're legally required on the notice to provide where it's going to be stored and the number in which they have to call. We're not doing our job if we don't do that. It's on the judicial form. So part of our function there is to calmly tell the tenant, look, all your stuff is going to be here. You have 15 days to pick it up. You need to be in communication with the Public Works Department. And sometimes they're only sort of comprehending that for the first time when we've entered the house to actually dispossess them of it.
I just ask a follow-up question about that process, because I've seen some of these happen myself, and it is a very emotional, sensitive, harrowing moment when the state marshal comes in and the eviction it's sort of for lack of a better way to put it, it's when the eviction becomes real for, I think, in many cases for the tenant and the landlord. When you're doing that, it's my understanding that there are many times where the tenant's not there that day. The day that you've entered and the stuff is actually being removed from someone's home. When the tenant's not there, how do they get that notice about the storage of their stuff? Could you enlighten us on that?
We have to serve the notice before we conduct the eviction. Now, legally, it's 24 hours. In reality and common process, just practically, it's not feasible for us to do that kind of quick turnaround because we have to set up the mover. We have to communicate with the town to agree to take it in. Generally, I would say anywhere from 5 to 14 days. We serve the notice and say, we try to communicate with them too. Hey, look, I'm coming back on March 1st. And I usually say, look, you can't be here. You'll be trespassing. It's in your best interest to start moving now on your own terms, in your own way. And for various reasons, people can't. Sometimes people, the guy that I evicted yesterday didn't have a valid driver's license and couldn't get a U-Haul. He had to sort of get friends and he's going to pick it up from Public Works. So we give advance notice. We're required to give the advance notice, and in practicality, we give much advance notice. But sometimes we don't know what we're walking into. We don't know if the tenant's going to be there. We would prefer the tenant to actually not be there because it makes our job easier and it's easier for them. But sometimes we show up and they're in the process of moving out. They've been moving out all night. Maybe they have a U-Haul. They want to take the rest of the day, and the process is moving. So it's a variety. They're very hard to predict. I stopped predicting many years ago. I used to think, oh, this is going to be an easy one, or this is going to be a hard one. And the one that's really hard becomes really easy. The one that I think is really easy destroys me emotionally for the day. We have to stop everything else we're doing. We have other work as marshals too. So it's very hard to predict. So I just want to sort of advise the committee to not generalize any one town, any one kind of housing. They're very hard to predict, but we have to handle them. All I know, I tell the landlords when I show up, like, look, you're going to get the apartment back. You're going to get the apartment back nearly immediately, probably today. 95% of them, they get back the same day, empty of everything, and they can re-let it the next day once they clean up a few things in the apartment. So no one's happy, but the process now, I would say, works. I don't know what components we could move to make it better. You move left and the tenants are put out. You move right and the burden comes to the landlords. So I would say leave it alone.
One final follow-up question through Senator Moore to you is, do you frequently find items when you're doing these evictions where you have to that might be not be appropriate for storage, but also not be appropriate to leave in the unit for the landlord, like firearms, drug paraphernalia? I mean, can you shed some light on? You've done over 1,000. I think it is interesting for the committee to hear from someone that's seen over 1,000 of these. So you've seen something that perhaps very few or maybe no housing committee members have seen up close, 1,000 evictions.
Well, first I would say we should probably bring some of the committee members along in the future to see, because I mean, even the housing providers and the landlords, they know, but they don't really know. Most of them stay away and say, call me when it's done. And we like it that way. So firearms, we would call the local police department. That's in a different category. But there are some things that in practicality don't get moved. So the municipalities will not take mattresses or box springs. They don't. They cite the health code. So we just don't move those. We generally what we're charged to move are their possessions and their personal effects. Personal effects are what they wear. Their possessions are all their earthly tangible goods, generally construed to not be consumer or disposable things. So we're not moving food, we're not moving chemicals, liquids, the things out of the bathroom. We're not moving any broken furniture that's clearly broken and can't be moved. Or anything that might be infested, bed bugs, or is just generally dirty, or things piled in disrepair on the floor, those kind of things. But our marshals, and I do too, we push the movers to take more. Sometimes if there's a drawer full of stuff, it looks like junk. That could be a picture of grandma or irreplaceable things. So when in doubt, box it up and we turn it over. But yes, there are things that could be construed to be left behind, but they are damaged, broken, soiled, or infested items or food or chemicals are left behind. So the apartment's not completely empty, but it's completely empty of all their possessions and their personal effects. That's what we're charged to do.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Senator Moore.
Thank you, sir. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Chairman Moore. Thank you for testifying. This is great information. I appreciate you coming in today, and doing it in person, but also putting your testimony online. I did.
I'm number 11. I'm on hold here.
Somebody from Allstate called. Do you know anything about?
All right, there we go. So I have just a couple quick questions. Again, some about the process. You said the perfect thing. Maybe we should go along. I think that may be a great thing. I would love to at some point go along just to see what it's like, just to understand that process. Because to me, without being there, you don't necessarily know. You're just relying on testimony or people telling you, right? So the fact that you've done so many. So when you come in there and who does the actual boxing up? Who actually does the moving of the property that's going to ultimately be stored somewhere? Who actually does that?
It's moving companies. So the marshals all individually have relationships with moving companies. In my area, most use one moving company, and then there's another moving company. So we all have relationships with moving companies. I mean, mine is Central Connecticut Transportation based out of Wallingford, who works with probably 15 marshals and does evictions. So the timing of the eviction is mostly dependent for me on the mover, because his schedule is most restricted because he has other days. He goes, I could do next Wednesday. So we'll put on the calendar for next Wednesday, tell the town, can you take it in on Wednesday? They generally can. And then I got to serve that notice, maybe I'd serve it today, and they would have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday before I go back on Wednesday.
Gotcha.
And try to communicate to them, start moving, please start moving. I don't want to see you when I come back here for their own sake, so they could do it on their own terms. And for various different reasons, we find out what happens when we show up on the actual eviction day.
Gotcha. Okay. And you said the process works, and I know theoretically it's working. It's been working for a while. I would say in a perfect world, it's not working for the municipalities, right? That is something that they're not. I don't think they're. My point is that I've heard from many. We've had a mayor here. I've heard from my first selectman. A lot of it's not working for them because they have to do something that they're not having to, number one, budget for. They don't know, and they don't have the chance to plan for, and it's really not their. I mean, it's a responsibility by statute right now, but it's really not their deal. So I think it's not necessarily working for everybody. So my question would be to you is, and we actually discussed this previously in a screening meeting, is could the state be involved? Could it not be the municipality or town? Could the state now take this over as a responsibility instead of having the individual municipality, 169 different processes that's set up throughout the state?
Well, it has to go to a neutral place. So obviously in Connecticut, I was born and raised here. We have 169 different fiefdoms in Connecticut. That's Connecticut, right? Yeah. Maybe in another state, they have county government and it would go into a more regionalized place. But the issue is it needs to go to a neutral place. And the marshals are, we have our own unique status. We're state officials, appointed officials, peace officers, but we're not technically a state agency. We're not like we have the marshal's office with a warehouse that it could go into. So, if the state wants to set up a place to take it, but that's a whole other construct, but it's got to go to a neutral place. I can tell you in effect and practicality, it's not going to work any other way. So for Connecticut, it's the municipalities. I guess we could talk about regionalization or sharing where it goes. We wouldn't have an issue one way or other with that, but it has to go to a neutral third party place where they can get it.
What happens to, again, process oriented question? You might not know because you might leave the property, but what happens to the stuff that's left behind? The beds, right? Or the mattresses
In the unit?
Yeah, and so that ultimately is that stuff considered, there's no legal, from a legal standpoint, there's nothing, if that stuff left behind, that kind of stuff can be
So-
thrown away by the landlord
So
then?
I have to be very careful because when you read the statutes very closely, I have no authority to declare anything garbage or anything trash. My charge is to dispossess the tenant and to remove their possessions and personal effects, period. So what's left behind in reality are things that the municipalities have outright refused to take, which are generally box springs and broken, damaged soil, chemicals, food, animals.
And that's left for
plants.
the landlord to now determine what they're gonna do with that stuff that's still remaining in the unit.
It's their responsibility to clean out anything that's not the possessions or personal effects.
Because then we're leaving it up to them. My point is like, we're leaving it up to them to make that decision. I don't love that idea, right? Because we want someone neutral, right? And I do, so that,
Yeah, I guess I want to characterize it, we're leaving it up to them because the marshals move their possessions and personal effects and giving the apartment back to the landlord. The landlord, like when we take an execution and sign off, in some respects, the liability is being transferred to the marshal in the process. When we say it's either had been removed or removed, and I put the plaintiff back in possession, they're good to go once we're done.
thank you. Super helpful, very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. I just want to say how much I appreciate you being here today, Brian, because your perspective really does encompass the whole process of the physical piece of what happens and people's belongings. And it was very valuable testimony. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Next is Devin McKay. I don't see him logged on. Next is Ralphie Podolsky.
Senator Moore, as you might expect, he is here in the room and
No
approaching.
doubt,
the,
never doubted it for a
microphone.
moment.
Thank you very much. I've been here before. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer with Connecticut Legal Services. I'm here on behalf of the legal aid programs. A lot of what we do in the housing area is we represent tenants who are being evicted. I've submitted written testimony on 8 bills. I'm only going to speak to one of them now because I want to use my 3 minutes for that. And that's Senate Bill number 1045. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the testimony you heard from Mr. Mezek from the Marshal's office, because that matches very much our experience. We oppose very strongly Senate Bill 1045, and that's to a large extent because it turns eviction into something that not merely means the tenant loses their home, but they lose their possessions and essentially impoverishes them. There's a lot of information you've got that we've had different experiences, and to me, a lot of the things Mr. Mezek said sort of confirm our view. For example, it's not all junk. There are, as he said, they wake up somebody in the middle of the night who did not understand that there was a real eviction about to happen. And all of it, and this bill essentially declares everything to belong to the landlord. Most evictions end with the tenant moving. Tenants do not stay till the end of an eviction. They're gone before. But in roughly 15% or so of evictions, there is a move out by a marshal. So one of the questions you need to ask yourself is, what is it about those 15% of tenants who are still there at the end of the process that differs from the 85% who are not there? My sense is, by and large, those are tenants that don't have any place to go or any way to move stuff. People who don't have money to rent a van, they don't have a driver's license, they don't have a car, they don't have a friend to help them. Those are the kind of people who are still there at the end. Sort of the more middle income tenant, they're going to be gone. The other exception to that is people who don't understand the process, or possibly, as Attorney Flaherty said to me as we were sitting there, she represents people who are in the hospital. They never knew that there was an eviction pending against them because everything is by abode service. The marshals particularly with an execution, will try to serve people in hand because they want to have that conversation to say, this is for real. This is not just a piece of paper. I'm coming to move you out. But you can't necessarily, they can't always find people. They leave the paperwork. We know that a lot of people don't read paperwork and they don't take it seriously. Some probably think it's some junk thing. You have circumstances where you get evictions of people with a lot of stuff. We did a survey quite a number of years ago of public work departments for how many evictions, how many times do you get things from an eviction? And we've also asked cities, what's their redemption rate? What we learned was roughly 15% lead in the actual eviction, but we also learned that roughly around 20% on average resulted in redemptions. Mr. Mezek said that in New Haven that was close to 50%. I don't doubt that there are towns where it's close to 0%, but the median for the town, we surveyed 50 towns, and the median was around 20% of redemption. And that a lot of those are people who don't realize that the paperwork means business and that the marshal is really coming. So those are the people you're talking about. If you think about it, if somebody really has no place to go and no family, and maybe they end up in a homeless shelter, that's sort of a worst case scenario, or on the street. Do you think the homeless shelter is going to take their furniture or those other kinds of things? Do you think even they're going to be able to carry their photograph album with them? There's so much that people lose in these that are irreplaceable, and it's gone. And then we have a hearing here where people say it's all junk and it never happens. That's just, in our experience, not correct.
Mr. Podolsky, can you start to wrap up for us?
I will.
Please?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. The one thing I want to quickly say two things. Number one, these laws we traced this law back to 1895. This bill proposes to roll us back into a completely different 2 centuries. The reason for it is this is not some sort of unfunded state mandate on the towns. It's an exercise of the town's police power that is consistent with the fact that the eviction process is buffered between the landlord and the tenant. You never in the process, from the time you start with the service of the notice to quit to the service of the writ to the hearing in court, there is no self-help eviction, goes all the way to the end. Some neutral entity is always in between. The town is one of those because it's the town's job to protect health and safety. It's part of what towns do. It's part of what they've done for centuries. And so for people, it's really upsetting for someone to say this isn't a responsibility of the town because this is a private dispute. You know, I support what Luke Bronin said about needing the housing revolving receivership fund because the town steps in to improve some private situation for blighted properties. It's all part of the same thing. I'd be very happy to answer any questions that I can, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I do hope you will look at my written testimony because I've said nothing about 7 of the bills that I've offered you testimony on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We promise to look at your written testimony too.
Okay, thank you. That's not an enforceable promise. I understand that.
My word is enforceable. Representative Luxembourg, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm gonna ask if there was one item that you didn't touch on that you'd like to expand on. I think the committee would like to hear, just given your expertise.
Well, I would say there's something in House Bill 6706, which is on the rental assistance program, that I don't know if it's there by accident or not, but it says that the rental assistance certificates would be time limited for a year. I don't know if it means that, but if that's what it means, that is not a good idea. That's not a testimony against the bill. The bill has a lot of other things in it, but I guess I would call to your attention, you would destroy the RAP program if you time limited.
I have a follow-up on that. I think that was a reflection of our understanding that was the current, there was a current time limit that people use these, they're awarded the RAP voucher currently, and if they don't use it, within 6 months, I thought was the current law that if they don't use it within 6 months, they lose the voucher. And I think what we were hoping to do is to eliminate a problem that has been widely reported, where a tenant finally gets a voucher after many, many years of waiting to finally get access to some assistance, because I think there's been either no access or waiting list. They finally get a voucher. They get the voucher and they make an effort every day to get an apartment for 6 months. And because of the very unique market dynamics, particularly right now, they can't get one because they can't find a landlord that will participate. Meanwhile, they're paying application fees and they're still struggling with poverty, and they're going to look at apartments every day. And now, after a good faith effort for 6 months of doing everything right, signing up for the program, waiting for years to get the voucher, going to try to find an apartment every day for 6 months, no landlord will give them the apartment. Then, as I understood it, the state of Connecticut says, you didn't use your voucher that we gave you. Shame on you. You're kicked out of the program, which to me is sort of kicking somebody when they're down, and is not, I think, consistent with our values as a state. We were hoping to extend that time period to give the tenant who's acting in good faith more time, and to look at ways to stop that problem from happening. Maybe you can shed some light on if we erred in our drafting.
I think it's a drafting issue, or maybe I misunderstood. I agree with you completely. I reversed what I said. Make sure that's clear that what you're talking about is the time to get a place with the voucher. You're 100% right. It is a big problem. People lose vouchers because they can't find a place. I may have misread it. It sounded like it was saying the voucher that the voucher itself, which is what you use to pay for the rent, would only be good for a year. So that's my misunderstanding. Take a look at the wording. That's absolutely fixable. I agree with you on the description of the problem.
Well, if I could just add, I hesitated to ask you to expound on another topic because I was worried. I was worried Chairwoman Moore might feel like I was extending too much leeway here, but now I'm glad that I did, because I want to make sure we can go back with LCO and clarify that our intent is that the way it's drafted is actually consistent with the legislative intent. And I think this is an example of how much the Housing Committee is grateful to have people with your level of expertise coming forward to us, so that we can constantly make our policies better. I don't know if you want to respond to that, and then I don't have any further questions, Senator Moore.
One of the things I want to say is that's why I think it's important that we go back and look at the written testimony, because he has several bills that he's not testifying on, and brings knowledge that I think we would learn a little bit more if we were able to read those. So you have a commitment from me that I will. And I'm quite sure you have it from the other members too, but I can only speak for Marilyn Moore. Are there any other questions? And Representative Luxembourg, I guess that's an oath.
Yes, no, actually, the reason I've risen my hand again is that Representative Minnie Gonzalez has two hands up, because I think she's very eager to ask a question, if it's okay through you, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I want to be sure that she's because the other night she was having problem with Minnie, right? And I want to be sure that she knows that I'm here, raising my hand, that I got a question.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Pulaski, thank you for coming and testify. I got a question. When a person get evicted and the city get involved and they remove all their belongings, what is the process on that?
Well, my understanding of the process is, you mean, what is the process for the city?
Yes.
It used to be that the city was responsible for a pickup. In effect, the Marshal would move the property out of the apartment to the street, and the city would send a truck to pick it up. That was changed about 10 years ago in what was supposed to be the grand compromise, and we wouldn't have to keep coming back over and over again as a result of all the stakeholders getting together. But But now it's the marshal's job to get to the property to wherever the city wants it to be stored. So as it was indicated, the marshals now are hiring truckers to do it. Some years ago, the marshals had their own, made their own arrangements. They found their own trucks. My understanding is they don't do that anymore. It's more professionalized. The city will designate where the property is to go. So for example, some cities use their own warehouses. So you're bringing it to the city, to typically the Public Works Department. Some cities have contracted this out in a way that it goes to like a self-storage location, or sometimes the mover has their own storage capacity and it goes there. Then the city has to hold it for 15 days. And the tenant can come and redeem. The city actually has the right to charge the tenant for storage cost. But I think some cities will waive that fee because from the city's point of view, they don't want the property. They'd be happy to have the tenant take it back. And plus, tenants are residents of the town. You're talking about a city helping their own residents. The city's not helping their own residents to help to throw their stuff out when they want to have it back. So that would be the next step. If it's not claimed, then at that point, the law requires the city to hold an auction. And if there's no bidding on the auction, then it can throw it away. How the auction happens may depend upon where the property is being stored. I think if it's stored as self-storage, the auction may actually be done even by the self-storage facility. There was a time when the city of New Britain had a unique method of disposing of property that wasn't claimed, which is they would hold a tag sale. And they held it at their warehouse and they advertised it and people could come and bid. And one of the reasons I know the property's not all junk is I've been to those auctions, and you get 20, 30 people coming, general public, and they would actually have a little mini auction for anything that anybody wanted to buy. But you would see there's sofas, there's tables, there's furniture, there's lamps. I mean, when someone says it's all junk, I'm looking with my own eyes at property that the city of New Britain is auctioning off. I don't think they do that anymore. And it doesn't make them much money because, people were paying $1 for a lamp or something like that. So it's not going to really, it's not a cost revenue. It's a form of kind of respecting the property. I know that in West Hartford, and I'm not sure if they still do this, but I know that West Hartford at least used to, and I think still does. When they learn about an eviction, because they get notified by the marshal, they send someone from the social services department out to try and find the tenant and say to the tenant, do you realize this is for real? Just as the marshal tries to tell the tenant, get out before I come back, the city would. I was told that in West Hartford, there is either is or was some small pool of money where the city might be willing to help get a moving van or help or do things that would sort of avoid the need for the actual eviction. Why would the city do that? Why wouldn't the city feel overburdened? Well, it's because they saw it as part of their job as being a city. That what you do is you don't want your residents to get physically evicted if you can help it. So if you can do things to sort of minimize the risk or get the landlord to hold off over the weekend or something because you think you can help the tenant get out, they would do it. Now, some cities don't see that as their job. They see it as, well, this is a nuisance, that we've got to deal with this problem. It's none of our business. It's a private thing. But if the city has that attitude, as many do, many cities have that attitude, it seems to me they are compounding what's really a difficult, very heartbreaking social process for their residents. The landlord may or may not also be a resident of the town, but I can tell you that every person who is evicted is a resident of the town, so that the tenant is always somebody that the city bears some responsibility for as a resident. The landlord may also be that way too, but not always. And I don't know, I'm sorry, I've maybe lost track of your question at this point, but that's my understanding of the process. So if things don't get claimed, then they can be discarded. If they're within the control of the city can discard them. If the marshal has not removed the property because for whatever reason, the marshal has determined it's not going to be removable property, then it's the landlord who's going to dispose of it. because just by virtue of the fact that that it's still there. And the fact that the process works best when the parties aren't there means that there's certain kinds of communication that don't happen, because you don't want the landlord and tenant to be screaming at each other while the marshal is trying to throw everything that the tenant owns out. So that also means, though, the tenant may not absorb certain kinds of information that in theory they may have received, but that in practice they really didn't understand. This piece of paper, the small print, they didn't read it. They're not there when it's happening. Sometimes they are, but the marshals will say you cannot be on the property. And I know of cases where the police were called in during an eviction where the tenant wanted to get property to tell the tenant it's too late, that you cannot go on the property or we will arrest you for trespass, because the marshal has already come and is implementing an execution, and you cannot do something that interferes with the marshal doing his job.
So the money for the auction goes to the city.
The money for the auction would ultimately, the tenant is liable for all this. In other words, if the landlord has to lay out money, the landlord could, in theory, get it back from the tenant. If the city lays out money, in theory, they could get it back from the tenant. The reality, though, is that most tenants in that situation are indigent. So it's not really a practical solution for either the city or the tenant or the landlord, rather. But it's a liability. Somebody could sue them if they wanted to, because the statute. I mean, the landlords end up paying for certain things, which in theory they could then sue the tenant for the cost. But again, as I say, many of those tenants will be judgment proof. Some won't. I mean, and if a landlord ends up suing a tenant for back rent or for property damage, they can add on the cost of the eviction. They can, if they have a lawyer, they can add on the cost of the lawyer. I mean, so there are all those things that can be done, but it may or may not be easy to collect on those.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator, I think you're on mute there. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Next is Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Podolsky, you've caused me to think about a couple of things that hadn't occurred to me in prior, listening to some of the people testifying prior. When we listened to the mayor of Wolcott, he talked about some of the items when they do go into storage. They have held auctions or they've had people come in to purchase a lot of, and he described some of the sales as maybe $25 or $15. And I think you alluded to the fact that this isn't not a huge moneymaker for the towns. And I am sensitive to the fact that these are somebody's belongings. He had no experience of somebody ever coming back for them once they were in storage in his experience. So the question, I guess, to you is I'm trying to put this together in my own brain is when you attended the tag sale in New Britain, for instance, of the people visiting there to purchase the things, were any of those the residents that were those people looking to buy the stuff new, or were these the former owners coming back to retrieve their items? Madam Chair.
I don't know for sure, but I would say I didn't have any sense that was anybody coming back to bid on their items. I mean, I think if they were getting them back, they probably would have gone in during the 15 days, most likely. But the properties had, I guess what I was really citing that for was the fact that the properties had some value to people. They weren't junk. There are a lot of reasons that people are not able to pick up their stuff from the city, even if they want to. I mean, and so that it's, and a lot of times they really don't understand that aspect of the process. And it's not a publicized aspect. It's not the kind of thing where it's a big deal to make sure that people know in that 2-week period that you really ought to, it's not too late to go to the city. In some sense, the best thing that can happen to people is they end up in a homeless shelter, because the homeless shelter staff may be able to have a conversation with them and say, is there any stuff that you need back? And in fact, maybe that even becomes a way for somebody to help. Well, it becomes a way for a third party, a third person to help them work their way through the process. People are pretty discouraged when they get evicted. It's like I say, you always want to move on your own terms and move out before the marshal comes. So when this happens and the marshal is putting somebody out, it really it's emotionally pretty damaging. And so they're not really doing the things to protect themselves. I know that you were out of the room at the time that Mr. Mezek testified, and I don't know if you heard this from elsewhere, but if you didn't, I would really encourage you to go and listen to that, because I found, listening in the audience, I found it very moving. Mr. Mezek was the person was the marshal, and I think from a neutral person, he really laid out what this experience is like. And answered some of the questions that you had asked earlier to other witnesses about how, what is their property of value? How often does this happen? What goes on? So I would actually encourage you, since this is taped, to go back and just that 20-minute piece or 15-minute piece of the time that he was up there. I think it's really educational. I learned things from it, but it does tend to confirm our experiences. I'm sorry, I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yes, pretty much. And I'm sorry, I have two other public hearings going on at the same time, so I'm bouncing around, but this is important. I want to make sure that I'm informed, because it is a sensitive, I recognize it's a sensitive topic. What I want to make sure is that we're not placing undue burden on the towns and cities for something that just ends up sitting in a storage unit and eventually gets discarded. When 99.9% of the time nobody comes back for it. But I am clearly I'm very interested in Mr. Mezek's testimony, and I'll give this careful consideration.
Sure. Yeah, and I think 99% is just not for most towns is not the actual number. And I think one of the things Mr. Mezek pointed out was that the uniqueness and the variation and the unpredictability, that sometimes you think there's going to be nothing there and it's going to be simple, and it turns out it's very complicated. Sometimes you think it's going to be very complicated, it turns out it's very simple. That the individual situations vary a lot, so that you don't necessarily know up front who's going to be claiming, who's going to come back and redeem and who's not. You could be surprised, and you often don't know anything about the circumstances. You don't know, for example, that somebody's in the hospital and might want to redeem but can't because they're not free to do it. Or, I mean, I'm not suggesting that's typical, but I'm just saying it's within the range of variation that you have that's unpredictable, and that you don't have any way to know it without going through the process and giving people the opportunity. And some towns, by the way, will give people more than 15 days because, for example, they'll group the resales. So you won't do an auction separately for every eviction you have. You have a whole bunch of evictions, so maybe you do an auction once a month, which means, in effect, that the tenant's getting a little extra time to get their act together and try and bail their property out. I mean, that's in some sense the benefit of the way the system works. Within the scheme of city budgets, this is a very small item. I'm not saying it's small, and it's obviously there's more dollar cost to larger towns, but it's not one of those things. This is not special education, and the people say, breaks the budget of the city.
Thank you. Representative Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rafi, it's good to see you and hear your testimony. Okay. It's always helpful. I had a question about your observations on House Bill 6708, and that concerning security deposit guarantee program. I just wanted you to share your observations on that particular bill, and I will be reading all the rest of your testimony, but until I do, I just want to hear your thoughts on that after listening to your previous testimony on other bills. So if you could please share your thoughts on 6708, I appreciate it.
6708 is the bill about the security deposit guarantee program. That's actually a very important program. The bill would expand it, and I think that's really good. And so we very much are in support of the bill. There are some provisions that are in the bill that we're not so comfortable with, because one of the things that it does is it limits in certain ways the ability for people, for the people who now can use it. It limits how they can use it, but the overall concept, and I've sort of itemized in my written testimony what I'm talking about there, but the overall concept behind the bill we very much support, because it addresses a very real problem, which is that people who are in a position to pay the rent and stay current on the rent every month have a hard time pulling together enough money to be able to come up with security deposit. And we see it in particular, for example, with people who are getting a rent subsidy, and they're getting a rent subsidy like Section 8 or the RAP program precisely because they're low income, but they don't have any savings. They don't have anything to pull an extra month or two's for security. And the program, it's a guarantee program. The state does not actually front the money. The state guarantees. And as long as the guarantee is the same as what the landlord could be asking for, then the landlord, under Connecticut law, it would be a source of income discrimination not to if the landlord would have taken the money in cash from the tenant, then the landlord cannot refuse to take the guarantee for an equal amount. And it's one of the reasons why it's important that we not change the amount unless the amount needs to be hooked to whatever the security deposit is, maximum security deposit is. If we change the amount of the maximum security, you could then change it in the guarantee program. But you can't, but if you do one without the other, you're going to undermine the ability of the guarantee program to accomplish its purpose. So it's a really important program for people who are in that category. And right now, it's because of funding limitations, it's really sort of mainly people who are in shelters, emergency shelters. But there are all sorts of working people who are low income and can't accumulate enough money to do a security deposit. So it's important to reach that category too. I don't know.
Okay.
Voucher, I don't know if that answers your question.
It is. I just had one other observation in terms of the 2-month security deposit and that being taken out of the equation. I just wanted to know your thoughts on that, of if that could remain, if that would be a better solution, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, it seems to me, I mean, there are about a dozen states that use 1 month as a security deposit, and there are a few more states that use 1.5 months. So it's certainly possible to reduce the maximum size of a security deposit. One of the benefits of something like the guarantee program is that actually, I mean, I heard what the landlords had to say. Which I think is not an unreasonable thing for them to say, that there may be a relationship between how much to whether or not the tenant, they're willing to take a riskier tenant. And so to some extent that the guarantee program addresses that in a different kind of way. So I mean, we support lowering the security deposit, but I can see both sides on that.
Okay, well, thank you for your observations. They're always thoughtful. And thank you, Madam Chair, for a chance to ask my questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I just want to ask you, I heard one of the other persons giving testimony today. I think it was Lauren, but I'm not sure, that some people don't ask for a deposit, and because that's the first time that I had heard that before. Do you have any recollection that people have not been asked to pay a deposit and they're being evicted?
I think you're talking about a security deposit.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are some landlords that don't, probably small. I mean, I would think it would probably be a smaller, kind of the classic mom and pop. and particularly if they actually know the person who's going to be their tenant, they may choose not to. Sometimes you may have a situation in where the community is very low income and people really don't have the money for it, and the landlord, I mean, that's the landlord's property. It's they're renting to people who are very low income, and they may choose to sort of take the gamble and not require a security deposit at all, because otherwise they're going to end up with a vacant apartment. So it happens. I think sort of the more institutionalized the structure gets, I don't know this for a fact, but I would guess that it's going to be like a rule, and they're not going to rent to people who don't come up with a security deposit. So it happens occasionally. I don't think it happens a whole lot anymore.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg.
Thank you, Senator Moore. I just wanted to add one scenario where that happens is sometimes when a property is sold and the lease conveys with the existing tenant, sometimes the security deposit, though it's supposed to convey, does not, or there's confusion about that. So the new owner doesn't have the security deposit convey from the old owner, then ends up in a contract dispute with the tenant, and they don't have the security deposit because they didn't get it from the prior owner. I think that's probably maybe one of the most common areas where something like that happens. I hope that's helpful to you, Senator Moore.
Thank you.
And it may be helpful to know that as a matter of law, the security deposit is required to transfer, and that the law assumes that it does. And so the result is that the new owner will be held responsible for the return of a security deposit because they were supposed to get it. And certainly when they're doing at a closing, people are typically represented by a lawyer. Somebody needs to make sure that that security deposit is transferred, or it really becomes a burden. Especially if it's a large security deposit, it becomes a burden if the new owner is not credited with the security deposit, because they're supposed to have it, and that's part of somebody's job when property is sold, to make sure that moves.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't see Representative Luxembourg. I see your hand up, but do you have something? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your expertise.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Next is Adam Bonoff. Good afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Senator Luxembourg, honorable members of the Housing Committee. I was really looking forward to being able to testify the other evening, and I was number 325. And, I got up at 6 in the morning and looked at the screen, and it had some kind of crazy thing on there and nothing was happening. And I didn't know for hours what happened. Anyway, I wanted to say something about those, 65, 88, and 89. I really think that a lot that gets lost is that, in these proposals for rent control, you're really.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Are you speaking about the bills we had on Tuesday?
I would like to speak about it because I've been waiting months to speak about it.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Did you submit written testimony?
I didn't put down what I wanted to. I just put down a little bit because I figured I would have that opportunity, which I never got. And
we finished at 5:30 a.m. and started at 3. So I'm sorry. I know for a lot of people, when it got into the wee hours of the morning, we lost some people. But today, you can submit your written testimony, and but for today, we're speaking to what's on the agenda.
All right, then I'll speak to it in another roundabout way, because a lot of these things that are on here, we don't think about.
Let me know what bill.
All right. We'll talk about the governor's bill. We'll talk about the governor's bill where they want to slice the security deposit that you can charge in half. I mean, a lot of these bills, people are on the bubble, and and the extension of the time it might take to evict, for example, when there's real damage in an apartment, or somebody leaves and there's been a long eviction or something like that, there's little enough money left over, and there's already a lot of damage. So cutting that in half, all it does is contribute to the homelessness, contribute to the to how people will look at, if you're in a landlord's position, how they're going to look at potential tenants that are coming their way. I think that in all these proposals, we're always looking, well, you know, it seems like it should be a great idea. You know, we will slash the security deposit in this particular case, or we will, you know, cap rents, or we'll do all this kind of thing, and we'll come after a industry that, you know, we all know we need more help from. We need more housing. We want better quality of the housing. We want all these kind of things, but yet all these things make the process that much more expensive. And every time that you're putting something like these in you know, and taking a tool away from the landlord, you're just making it tougher and tougher and tougher for them to want to take anybody. And I mean, it's a real thing. And I mean, I've been a landlord for over 20 years, and you know, I've had some tough times. I mean, the other thing in thinking about it, I mean, during the moratorium, landlords lost hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Connecticut. That's real. I mean, there was no raising of rents during that time frame. The average rent for the 20 years before 2020 was probably 2%. I mean, you couldn't even go up on the rent. The market wouldn't dictate it at that time. So now we're looking at a time frame where we've had hyperinflation for many reasons, and all expenses are way up, and we're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, something that was working. And now we're going to bring in policies that never worked. I mean, you had Minnesota, which just had put in rent control, and then the very next year they rescinded it because 30% of the housing starts were stopped. I mean, you know, we really need to look at these things. It's not in a vacuum. It's not one-sided. You know, how many housing projects have you ever driven past and said, boy, I really want to live there? What I'm saying by that is, I'm not trying to put down housing projects. I'm simply saying that people want to live better. They want to live in a more in a more upscale type of situation. They want to live, you know, with all the benefits of having something good. I mean, why do we know that we need private industry involved in this, and vilifying housing providers over and over again? That's all I hear, what a bad guy everybody is, and everybody's so greedy. You know, I mean, if you really look at the numbers, I mean, I have a building in New Haven. They doubled the taxes in a year since when we just had the revaluation. I mean, these expenses are real. And, you know, I lost at least 20,000 during the moratorium on people that I could not get rid of, that weren't paying or causing damage during the time frame. And you know, these are real numbers.
Mr. Ronoff,
Yes.
you could start
Yes.
to wrap up, please, for a little over 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll wrap it up. I mean, you know, I think we should do a housing study. I do agree with this task force, the bill SB 1050. I think looking at other states where they have much shorter processes on eviction, I think that we would really be, you know, maybe doing ourselves a huge favor, because I would bet that there's a correlation between homelessness, which we keep talking about trying to eliminate. I would bet you that anything that there's a correlation. More things you tax and the more expense that you put out there on something, you're going to get less of it. And that's what I would really want to say about all these hearings that I'm participated in and been a spectator.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody?
Representative Butler has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Adam, it's good to see you and hear your testimony. I just wanted to say and share the fact that, you know, I've talked to you about housing issues over the years, and I hear the frustration in your voice, because you're one of the good actors versus the bad actors that some of these bills are geared to actually address. So you know, as a good actor in the housing market, I know I could hear the frustration of things are actually being proposed to address another group of individuals. But so I just wanted to just, you know, share the fact that, you know, you're one of those people who are out there actually doing it the way it should be done and providing decent quality housing for people. So I did have just a quick question. And it's about House Bill 6708, and that's the act concerning the security deposit program. Now, I heard you that's how you started, you get into what you want to say. I just want to ask you quickly, if they were to maintain the 2-month security deposit, given everything else in the bill, would you be okay with it?
It probably would be okay. I mean, I didn't really get a lot past the surface of it. You know, I saw the headline, which was going to cut this in half, and you know, and I'm saying, well, man, you know, that's just another thing. That's just another thing. And you know, I didn't really get as deeply into, you know, maybe some of the other details that were in there. That was enough for me when I saw that you were going to slice that opportunity. I mean, it was, you know, I mean, think about it. If you're a landlord and there must be 60 bills that have been on the table, maybe 3 of them might be addressing something that a landlord might be in favor of. I mean, there's 60 bills. You would think that everybody was on the street and landlords were out there, you know, just grabbing people and throwing them out. And I mean, it's just, I don't think that that's really the case. But, you know, just looking at it on the face of it, you know, it's like you're saying, wow, you know, what happened? You know, I've been doing this for a long time and I don't have those types of relationships.
Okay, well, thank you for giving your honest perspective. I would just encourage you, if you could get a little time, because the bill isn't that all encompassing. If you could just write a quick observation, and with respect to the 2-month security deposit, as opposed to it being reduced to 1 month, and share it with the committee, it would probably be helpful to see if you would be agreeable to that, if that's the only provision that you would find a problem, reducing it from 2 to 1 and sharing that with the committee. And I'm sure that members would like to hear your views on that. But I want to thank you for everything you do and coming to give your testimony today. And we certainly apologize for all the other problems. It was a problem not only for the housing committee, but
listen, I feel for you guys, because I was watching a lot of it on and off during the day, and I'm, you know, the late start and everything, and I'm like, you guys are sitting there in your suit, and you know, that's a long day. I mean, it was a lot of repetition, and you know, and you guys kept your cool, and I gotta say, you know, I'm impressed. It's not easy, so. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony, Adam. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask my question.
Thank you. Mr. Bonock, let me just say to you, so 6666, the act expanding renters' rights changes it to 1 month for a security deposit. And then the 1045, no, I'm sorry, the 6708 is about a guarantee for renters.
Right.
So maybe you could look at those, and if you have some written testimony. And then regarding Tuesday, if you could just send us something briefly on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, you know, I tried to put in this written testimony, and actually I tried putting it in the other day, some testimony, and then I couldn't get it in. I don't think that it ever took. I didn't go back and look, but there's a lot of problems with the site trying to get things through at times. And, you know, so Mike Rell was actually able to get me signed up to speak today, yesterday. I mean, I wasn't even able to get signed up myself.
I didn't. So, you know, we'll take that into consideration. We did have a problem, not just us, many people had problems with the internet on Tuesday. It was a much bigger problem than I think we even realized, but I thank you nonetheless for your time today.
And I thank you guys for being able to come right back. I mean, you know, I think I would be so exhausted after 5 in the morning.
Representative Luxembourg, you have a question?
Thank you, Senator Moore. I believe Representative Roberts has a question in the room through you.
Thank you. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So This is to Adam. Thank you for your testimony. And I do look forward to hearing your testimony from Tuesday as well. I do see that 6666 is an issue. So I just have a quick question for you. As far as you said, you've been being a landlord for about 20 years. What kind of damages have you saw while being a landlord? That's one. But then two, you actually stated about the housing projects, and people want to live better. I'm a product of that environment. I come from the housing project environment. In the process of living better, it was hard to find opportunities to actually go get housing. So I just want to see your stance on that, as far as what could have been done or what can be done, so that people can get.
I don't mean any offense to anybody that has lived in a housing project. I just simply said that, I don't think that was ever anybody's goal, that they just wanted to live in a housing project. They wanted to live in a private residence. And my take was that, we're out there hammering landlords and who are providing these private housing opportunities. And not everybody may be, diligent in fixing everything and keeping, things the way they should be. And I get that. And I know that there's another side to, and you can't always just speak to your own personal experience. I mean, somebody contacts me and they say, hey, the light fixture isn't working, this and that. I changed the bulb, it doesn't work. I'll get somebody out there in a few days. And so that's not my experience, but it's, I certainly hear that. I'm just saying that, we're like looking to increase better and affordable housing, and yet we're beating down the players that can provide that and making it more costly. We're not looking at it from, how much these things really cost. I mean, everything, costs a crazy amount these days. And, the labor, I mean, just getting somebody to go out to service anything, it's going to be $100 minimum for them to drive out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. All right, then. Thank you, Mr. Bonoff.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, take care. Robert DeCosmo.
Good afternoon, committee members. Again, thank you for your marathon session. Like Adam, I draw the short straw. I was number 352, so I was long asleep when I would have been testifying. But I submitted written testimony on a number of bills today. Do want to talk about the security deposit issue. I don't think it's a good idea to cut it. And again, echoing the comments that it will make marginal tenants with, less than perfect credit, may deny them the opportunity to get a house or an apartment. I would like to add on the governor's bill 6666, need some clarification on raising the fines. Going to $1,000 a day, is that per day, per violation? Because typically, what happens to the landlords, if they do an eviction, half the time the tenants are calling code enforcement and bringing them in to cite the apartment for violations. And in the vast majority of the times, that's tenant-caused damage that's being cited in those abatement orders. So if you're talking $1,000 per day per violation, and you got 6 violations, that's $5,000 a day. You can't fix things necessarily the next day, so you're kind of looking at government takings, in my opinion, if that's per violation per day. I'd like to talk a little bit about 6706. I think that's a great idea. Section 8 used to be a program we really looked to get involved with, but because as the housing authorities literally got rid of their in-house inspectors, it became a real nightmare to deal with these for hire contractors, and you couldn't get these inspections turned around quick enough. And again, inspections have gotten to the point where they're so detailed, they're failing units for minor non-life-threatening violations, and that just delays the process of getting that tenant in there. So I'm glad to see we're addressing the inspections in terms of the time frame. I'd like to talk more at some point about what constitutes a failure and what doesn't constitute a failure. We've been talking about evicted tenants' possessions since the 1990s. And one thing I like to throw out there, no one said this, is a suggestion is, if we're doing about 3,000 move outs a year with the marshals, and 80% of the times the tenants do not come back to reclaim, give the tenant an opportunity to request they need more time, because that would save the landlords in the cities the cost of 2,400 move outs. So simply by letting the tenants make a request that they need extra help, and maybe the state can come up with a program, we would be saving, 4 out of 5 of these situations. We're removing items that the tenant really no longer wants. And I've done a number of evictions throughout the years, and you go in and the electronics are gone, the food's gone, the footwear is gone, and you've got basically some furniture left behind. And in many of these cases, the furniture was rent-a-centers, wasn't even the tenants. So let the tenants ask for the help. Let's not assume that everybody needs it. I don't think that's such a bad idea. Regarding that, again, it's tough to see these evictions go forward, but just not assume that everybody needs help. Let them request it, because again, I think it's been documented in 80% of these move outs, the tenants don't reclaim these items. So that would be a savings to both the owners and the cities. And again, I submitted a written
Mr.
testimony.
Cosmo, you're at about 3 minutes. If you could start to wrap it up for us.
And I said, I've submitted written testimony on a number of the bills this morning. And again, I really appreciate you guys holding these hearings, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. This about this possession and for storage is, I understand, it's been around for a long time, but we would like to come up with something that's fair on both sides, some equity here. And I appreciate you offering the request for more time as a consideration. And we'll add that to some of the things we need to think about if this bill goes forward. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it very much. No, and I was going to actually say, I did accompany Rafi. The two of us went up to one of the auctions in New Britain years ago to see how that process worked. Because I think in the vast majority of the cases, the city just calling up the refuse department and they're backing up the garbage truck and they're throwing the stuff out. So I just thought that was a waste of money, and I'm not understanding why these things haven't been given over to consignment shops or the cities themselves trying to auction off the items to recoup them. Because I know at least in Waterbury, they don't do that. They just call up the refuse department and they dump it.
Yeah, and you're also illuminating that there doesn't seem to be the same process every place for this. So maybe it's about some uniform way of handling this situation, but thank you nonetheless. All right.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Does Representative Gonzalez have her hand up and I don't see it? All right then. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Next is Rick Bush. Hi, Mr. Bush.
Hi, Senator Moore. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to testify today. I did not participate in the marathon session on Tuesday, but generally am a landlord representative. So my name is Rick Bush. I've been a landlord and a property manager for 24 years. I'm the treasurer of the Connecticut Coalition of Property Owners and the president of CARI, the Connecticut Association of Real Estate Investors. I actually help teach people how to be good landlords. The two bills that I wanted to talk about today are SB 1045 and HB 666. And I just want to say that the Marshal's representative and Rafi Podolsky were very compelling witnesses. As I was listening to them, I found myself, being swayed to some degree because their testimony was so polished. But I guess my biggest concern is that, when a tenant is aware of the eviction, this is not an overnight thing. This is 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And they don't communicate with the landlord. They don't answer the phone. They don't do anything. So I've done a bunch of evictions, and I'm constantly trying to call the tenants and ask them, hey, the execution is coming. Can you come? Do you need help? And a lot of times they don't communicate. They don't answer the phone. They have their phone shut off or whatever the case may be. And this becomes a fairly significant burden for the landlord. And I think part of the testimony that has been omitted today is the process that the landlord has to go through. So, the landlord has just spent 3 to 5 months trying to, gain possession of their property, and the tenant has left. A lot of times it's stuff. I don't even think the quality of or the value of the stuff is even the question, but they leave their stuff. And I think that Mr. DeCosmo really hit the nail on the head. I was actually going to suggest the same thing, is that why can't there be solutions, individual solutions? Why does there have to be a one size fits all solution where we take the stuff and store it? Because ultimately the landlord is the one who has to pay for the marshal. They have to pay for the mover. They have to pay to clean out whatever's left over. And then they have to pay to clean up the apartment after somebody's gone. I think that ultimately tenants can be responsible to some degree for their own stuff. All they have to do is call and ask for help. And there should even be part of the eviction process that says, are you going to be able to be out? And do you need help with your items? I mean, it shouldn't just fall onto the landlord who doesn't have any personal connection to the stuff and who's already out tens of thousands of dollars. So, I think that's a good segue for me into 6666. And I want to try to go as quickly as possible because I have a few things to say. Being a landlord is a business and people go into business to make money. Now, housing, it's unfortunate, but that's what it is. When government intervention increases the cost of doing business, those costs are ultimately passed on to the consumer, which is the tenant. And 6666 is actually, in my opinion, bad for tenants because it's going to increase the burden that tenants are going to have to prove when they go to apply for apartments. Landlords are going to increase the percentage of income to rent. They're going to need to guarantee that the tenants are going to be able to pay. They're going to require longer employment history. They're going to increase the credit score. So putting hurdles for landlords in the form of lowering the security deposit to 1 month is a bad idea. It costs on average $10,000 to get a tenant out of an apartment. By the time you go through 3 to 5 months of lost rent. Yes.
Bush, your 3 minutes has elapsed. Could you please wrap it up?
Absolutely. So, ultimately, the final statement I'd like to make is that the effect of 6666 is going to make it harder for marginal tenants to gain housing. It is not going to help people. And I think that there should be not a one size fits all for tenants' possessions. Tenants need to take own responsibility for their own personal items by calling up and saying, hey, I need more time. I need more help. Those are my two summaries. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. You have a question, Representative Luxembourg?
Yes, thank you, Senator Moore. 2 questions. One is, I'm curious how landlords would feel. I guess I don't want to put you in the position of representing all landlords, but you do have a leadership position in a couple of these organizations. Curious how folks would feel about a compromise of 1.5 months. And that's not saying that that's something that is currently being considered, but I just, we have states that have 2 months. We have states that have 1 month. We're trying to balance if a security deposit of 2 months plus first month's rent, as rents have risen so rapidly, ends up being a huge number. And that makes it very, very hard for tenants to move into a place in the first place. That's a challenge. On the other hand, the security deposit is one of the only things that exists to protect the landlord. And so if we're cutting that in half, that is a pretty dramatic change to the protection that exists for landlords. So I'm just wondering if you think there's any room for compromise there, or what do you think about 1.5 months?
I appreciate the question. I think it's an important question to ask. And I think that I can speak for the landlords that I know and represent, that the security deposit is really the only mitigation that a landlord has to protect against future loss. And if a tenant can't essentially buy a house, buy a place to live for 2 months rent plus first month, that speaks to their financial stability and their ability to pay rent going forward. If they're so tight that they can't afford that amount, then the landlord, is going to question their ability to pay rent. So, I mean, compromise is always good, right? I mean, I don't want to say that we're agreeing to 1.5 months, but in the legislative process, compromise is what we seek all the time. And, we want to be able to provide effective housing for people. We want people to have clean, safe places to live. And we in a perfect world, we never need to worry about the security deposit. But unfortunately, there's good actors and bad actors in all facets, on the landlord side and the tenant side. And the landlords need to be able to protect themselves and their huge investment. This isn't a few small dollars we're talking about. Rental properties are hundreds of thousands of dollars. They require personal guarantees of credit. And if you are making this attempt to invest in your future and you have questionable tenants, it makes the process more risky.
My follow-up question has to do with something you said, which I found very, very interesting, related to the tenant storage and the eviction process. And it said that oftentimes when you're dealing with an eviction, you're continuing to try to communicate with the tenant and the tenant's not responding. One of the reasons I found that testimony interesting is that I've also heard from attorneys that practice law in this area that they typically advise or often advise landlords not to communicate with tenants at all once a notice to quit has been filed, because there's actually a legal scheme in Connecticut that suggests that that creates a tremendous amount of risk for the landlord if they communicate with the tenant to try to resolve the dispute after the notice to quit has been filed. That is often later used in courts by legal aid and others to make certain arguments that can protect the tenants. So since I'm hearing from the attorneys that they advise all landlords, once a notice to quit has already been filed, to cease and desist all communications with the tenant, that seems like a problem in itself, because it's sort of encouraging people to end up in court as opposed to encouraging people to work out deals. But curious to hear that you do that in your case. You continue to try to communicate with the tenant to work it out. Can you shed any light on that dilemma? I found that part interesting in your testimony.
Wow, I couldn't ask for a better question for you to ask. So I've never been, I have many lawyers I'm friends with. I've done many evictions. I've been doing this for my entire adult life, and this is my career. Never, ever heard that not to communicate with my tenants. I mean, I'm entering into, again, I mean, I don't know if I speak for some larger companies that buy thousands of units, but I do represent small to medium-sized landlords. I mean, I'm forming personal bonds with every single one of my tenants to some degree, so I never want anybody to lose their possessions. I never want anybody to be evicted. I work very hard for myself, and actually I'm a property manager professionally, for all of my clients, to make sure that those tenants never move. We don't want tenants to move. So I communicate with them all the way through the process. I ask if they need any help. What can I do? I'm encouraging them to apply for rental assistance programs, for whatever they can do to get money to stay in their apartment. I don't think I'm unusual. I don't think that I am an anomaly. I think a lot of good small landlords really respect their tenants and want them to stay and have a good, clean, healthy place to live. The eviction process is really the breakdown of the relationship between the landlord and tenant. It's when the landlord and tenant are unable to agree on a financial conclusion to their mutually inclusive contract. And when that contract is broken by either not paying rent or causing damage or whatever, the landlord has no other remedy. They have to terminate that contract before it becomes financially overly burdensome to them. And they use the eviction in order to terminate that contract against what they would prefer. I can't say this strongly enough. Landlords do not want to evict their tenants. They don't. They just want to collect their rent and have landlords and have the tenant have a clean, safe apartment. So, I mean, I never stop communicating with my tenants, never. Even after, I actually have tenants that I've helped out after they've been evicted. For some of my clients, I've helped them I've talked to legal aid, I've talked to help them find rental assistance. Again, that might be a little over the top, but you know, so I think communication is the biggest problem, or lack thereof.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was sort of interested to learn that many landlords are being given legal advice to cease and desist all communication with the tenant the moment the notice to quit has been filed, because and apparently it involves actually a Connecticut Supreme Court case that dealt with post notice to quit landlord-tenant communication. So maybe that's something the housing committee should investigate further, but grateful for your testimony. I don't have any further questions. Although Senator Moore, Representative Weir has just raised his hand in the room, so I think he'd like to ask a question.
Certainly, Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sir. I wanted to ask. You talked about the breakdown of the agreement between the landlord and the tenant, and that ultimately it's a breakdown of the relationship that ends in an eviction. But on the front end, switching gears back to the security deposit, it's been stated in other testimony on multiple bills that we've seen that you have, it's a voluntary agreement between a landlord and a tenant. Part of that process of screening a new tenant coming in is you've got tools at your disposal. One of which, there's a credit screening, there is past history, references perhaps, and then also your security deposit. So have you ever, on the topic of the security deposit, has there been a time where maybe the incoming resident hasn't had that 2 months, but you've voluntarily, between the two of you, worked it out to make, maybe there's some consideration given on the security deposit in exchange for something else? Maybe they've got an excellent credit score, but they don't have the security deposit, and you're making giving some consideration for that voluntarily. Has that ever occurred, sir?
Again, I appreciate this question. It's a great question. Now, I don't want to speak for other landlords because I don't know what they do, but I have made many agreements with tenants in order for them to comply with the 2-month policy. They do generally have to come up with at least 1 month, but I have made agreements with tenants where they could pay 1/12 of their security deposit every month for 1 year. And then, by the end of a year, they've had their 2 months security. I've made that agreement, dozens of times. And, and again, we do look at, as I in my company, we look at each individual tenant as unique and individual. We've had tenants who have just gotten new job offers where they said, hey, listen, I just got this new job. I'm moving into town. My financial situation is XXX, but I have a letter from my employer. Sure, we're going to make a deal with that person if they have good, they pass all the other requirements. Absolutely, we'll make a deal. I will anyway.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I guess the point I was you're just trying to understand a little bit better is that we've talked about 2 months is kind of an industry standard. The proposal on the table is to make it 1 month, which is again drastic. It's a drastic change, and what I'm trying to get at is, or trying to understand a little bit better is, rather than force both parties to make a compromise, can we use the system that's in place now that allows them to do that voluntarily already without any interference from the legislature? Because that is up, that's between the two parties. And I wanted to just make sure that is the case. It can occur without us creating a new law or changing an existing one. Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Can I have one additional response to that before, unless there's another question? I just want to say that the cost, it's really important that everybody understands how much it costs for when a tenant moves out under less than ideal circumstances. It's a extreme cost, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 when a tenant is evicted or moves out without paying rent for several months and then damages the apartment, leaves their items in the apartment, and then the landlord is forced to go in and clean it or wait for a marshal, pay the movers. So 1 month security deposit, if you look at an average rent of $1,500, and most of the time too, and they're going to say, well, I've already given you my security, so I'm not going to pay last month's rent or whatever. It's such a small amount. Landlords, I think, would like to have that raised, not lowered. But I think 2 months has been a good compromise for a very long time, and I don't see it benefiting anybody to change it.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Next is Alex Harrison or Alexis. Is she in the room? Then I'll move on to Christopher Gelino, and I'll pass the torch to Representative Luxembourg to chair for a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Thank you, Representative Luxembourg. Members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Chris Gelino, and I am a staff attorney in the housing unit at Greater Hartford Legal Aid. I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Hartford Legal Aid in opposition to the passage of Senate Bill 1045, an act eliminating the requirement to store the personal property of evicted tenants. As is well documented, eviction has a disproportionate impact on Connecticut's most vulnerable residents. Studies show that women, people of color, and families with children are evicted at a far higher rate than other members of our community. And the majority of eviction cases are filed in cities such as Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, New Britain, and Bridgeport, which are among the poorest municipalities in our state. During his testimony earlier, Attorney Podolsky raised the question of what kinds of tenants are facing eviction. Who are these individuals that constitute the 15% of folks who are risking having their possessions removed by marshals? And what I can offer today in terms of testimony that I think may be a little bit different than what you've heard so far is a bit of perspective on who represents these individuals that are facing the physical removal of their possessions. Our staff meets regularly with individuals who have been issued execution notices and are facing physical removal from their apartment as soon as the very next day. And I can represent that they are among the most vulnerable of an already vulnerable population. Many tenants came in having been unaware that an eviction case had been filed and that a judgment had been entered against them, and have not had adequate time to make alternative living arrangements. Other individuals come into us having suffered from physical or mental disabilities, are elderly, are caring for young children, and are facing far greater barriers to finding new housing than the average individual. And still others are working hard to relocate, but are either do not have the networks available, they don't have friends or family that may be able to go stay with. They're trying to find a new apartment, but they're being stymied by the lack of availability in housing, and the fact that they have an eviction case on their record already is making it more difficult for them to find housing. So you have a lot of folks that are working very hard to try to find another place, but have run out of time. And that's the thing, when folks come to us in these positions, when a marshal will be coming the next day, or perhaps they're coming to us on a Friday and they'll be coming on a Monday, time is not on their side. Basically, nearly everybody that comes to us is desperate to avoid the actual physical eviction. And when we're unable to provide assistance, we sit down and we help them prioritize. We tell folks, okay, you need to make sure that there's a roof over your head, that there is a roof over the head of your children, your family members, anybody that's living with you. You need to make sure that you have any medication that you need, personal documents, anything invaluable. You need to make sure that work is taken care of. All of those essential things need to be handled first, and everything else is necessarily secondary. The changes to the existing law that are proposed by Senate Bill 1045 will compound the inequity of eviction and create added burdens for those who are seeking to relocate. Individuals who are already in a compromised position will be forced to decide whether to prioritize arranging for storage of their possessions, some of which hold significant material or emotional value, or taking care of those emergency first steps to ensure that their families have a safe place to go when they are leaving their apartments. Some of the state's poorest residents will be dispossessed of all personal wealth forced to start anew when they are able to locate new housing. And as eviction cases are often highly emotional affairs, this bill will remove a neutral party that in the state and municipalities that serve as a buffer between landlords and tenants, and will greatly increase the risk of confrontation, retaliation between the parties during the move out process. I've submitted written testimony as well that largely reflects what I've said today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thank you for being with us, and we appreciate your expertise.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to William Collins.
Thank you for having me and allowing my testimony and your service to the state and your constituents. First time talking here, so pardon the nerves.
Hey, William, don't be nervous. The Housing Committee is a very welcoming place, and we're all super nice people here. So take your time and don't stress.
Yep. My name is William Collins, and myself and my cousin own 52 apartment units together across multiple towns, including in your town, Representative Luxembourg. We own small apartments from 2 to 4 units up to an 11-unit building. So on the grand scale of things, we're one of those mom and pop organizers, or cousins in this case. I'd like to speak against HB 6666 and in support SBN 1045, SB 1050, and HB 6706. I think that one of the things that is key to this is that HB 6706 is a perfect example of a type of policy where we try to help the disenfranchised and people through supplementary aid, working to make this streamlined and easier for people to apply for rental assistance programs and support residents, is in line with both the values of our state and our Constitution and property rights, as opposed to Bill 6588, which I already submitted written testimony against from last Tuesday, and the marathon session that went into Wednesday morning. One of the things is landlords in the state take a risk to provide housing at a fair market rate to their clients. That fair market rate is based on risk. That risk is based on security deposits are our only collateral that we have, where we're basically giving people access to an asset or a portion of an asset, which, even though people have said an average eviction is $10,000, if you really look at the cost of a unit that we're entrusting somebody with, that's usually $80,000 to $100,000 to $120,000 of cost for what really provides or is an apartment unit for people to occupy and utilize. The fact that we need to charge an appropriate security deposit, which is returned to good faith actors and good tenants, is necessary so that we can make sure we mitigate the risks that we're taking while providing housing on private property for tenants under contract law. And that's what I have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony and for being it sounds like a reputable housing provider. We appreciate hearing from you. I hope that wasn't too stressful to come before us on Zoom. I guess I ought to ask if any committee members on Zoom or in person here have any questions for Mr. Collins. Well, I'm not seeing any. I'll ask you one. How would you feel about a compromise where we have many states with 1 month security deposit max, other states with 2 months. Connecticut is 2 months, but only 1 month for people who are seniors or who have disabilities. So we're kind of perhaps already in between the two. But what would you think about a 1.5 month security deposit max?
See, Representative Luxembourg, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in your plan for a second and suggest that we actually potentially investigate alternatives to security deposits, such as surety bonds as well as insurance programs, heaven forbid, insurance programs in the state of Connecticut, which are available to us as an alternative form where if we had people who do not have the financial means to provide a 2-month deposit, there's a different means which is non-refundable, especially with the surety bond, but is a lower barrier of entry for them to then obtain housing there where they need to provide additional risk assurance against.
We appreciate that, and we are looking into creative alternatives in that area. So your comments are under thoughtful consideration. Any additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Collins, for visiting with us, and we hope it wasn't too stressful of an experience and that you're willing to come back and testify again at a future meeting.
I'll be back.
All right. Thank you for being with us. We'll move on to Eli Sabin, who's in the room. Bonus points yet again for Eli. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Eli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the members of the Housing Committee for giving me the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Eli Sabin. I'm testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based child advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. Today, I'm testifying in support of HB 6666, an act expanding renters' rights. Because this bill will help municipalities enforce the housing codes that ensure renters live in the safe, quality housing that they deserve and that they're paying for every month. Over the last several years, landlords across Connecticut have been taken to court on charges of violating local housing codes. And in many of these cases, the landlords have pled guilty and then paid the maximum fine of $250 per violation, which is set under the Connecticut General Statutes. And it has not changed since 2003 when it was changed from $100 to $250. Now, that $250 maximum is the same maximum that exists for all local fines, and we are advocating to change it to $1,000 for housing code violations specifically. And because this fine for housing code violations is so low, many landlords appear to be comfortable paying the fine rather than doing proper and consistent maintenance, creating unsafe living conditions for tenants. For example, in August 2022, Shmuel Eisenberg, the owner of the New Haven-based Ocean Management Real Estate Company, paid a total fine of $2,500 for housing code violations in 10 of Ocean's units. The violations included allowing holes in the bathroom ceiling, a leaking bathroom ceiling, and loose and falling ceiling tiles, damp and bulging and badly stained bedroom ceiling, a ceiling in danger of collapse, loose kitchen ceiling tiles, mold throughout the bathroom, defective gutters, and more. In addition to that $2,500 fine that he paid for 10 violations that this past August, over the past two and a half years, his company has paid $1,500 in fines for 6 violations this February, just earlier this week, actually. $6,250 for 25 violations a couple months ago in December, $3,750 in fines for 15 violations in May of last year, and $500 for 2 violations in October of 2021. And based on this pattern of repetitive neglect, it appears that at least for some major landlords, the $250 maximum fine is not high enough to ensure landlords give their tenants the safe, quality housing they deserve. The lack of significant consequences for landlords failing to maintain their rental properties in a safe way is especially harmful given that municipalities frequently do not have enough staff capacity to inspect the thousands of local rental properties where housing code violations may exist, meaning absentee landlords know they are both unlikely to face enforcement for housing code violations, and even if they do, the fine will not be high enough to matter to their bottom line. To address both of these issues, we recommend that lawmakers consider amending this legislation so that revenue from the increased housing code fine is split between the state and municipality. This change will allow will provide additional resources to municipalities so that they can expand their housing code enforcement capacity, which will protect more tenants across the state. We also recommend amending the bill to tie the maximum housing code violation to inflation going forward, which will ensure that the impact of the fine is not reduced as it has been over the past 20 years as inflation reduces the value of the fine. Overall, raising the maximum fine for housing code violations from $250 to $1,000, as this bill would do, will protect tenants and increase accountability for landlords who do not keep their properties in safe and sanitary conditions. The value of the $250 fine has eroded greatly over the past 20 years since it was established in 2003, and we should allow municipalities to raise the fine to protect tenants and enforce our housing codes.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you
Mr.
for
Saban.
your consideration,
Perfect. Thank you so much.
and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Saban practices the testimony at home a couple of times with a timer, just to make sure that it's exactly 3 minutes. And this housing committee is very impressed by that, I have to say. Thank you for being with us, Eli. Great testimony, great, interesting suggestion about splitting the revenue between the state and the town. I think that's something perhaps we'll contemplate here and report back to you on. I'm hoping you can enlighten the committee a little bit about the code violation process. I mean, just for sort of sake of clarity, I bet many people here maybe haven't even ever been through that process or may not even know somebody that's been through that process. So talk us through. It's currently it's been $250 since 2003. Obviously, that's a little bit out of touch with what the value of $250 is today. But can you explain? Is it if there's one apartment and there's 20 things wrong in one unit, let's just say for simplicity, a one bedroom condominium that's sort of a standalone unit. If there's 20 code violations in that one building, and how does it happen? Those code violations are identified at some point. It goes to court, and the court rules that there's 20 code violations. In that scenario today, does the landlord pay $250 or do they pay 250 times 20?
It is 250 times 20. So it's $250 per violation. But I wanted to respond also to something that was raised earlier about whether it would be, we were raising this to $1,000 a day. That is not the case. This fine is just for the existence of the violation. There are other statutes related to fines for housing code violations that are daily or accrue, but in conversations with some of the housing enforcement agencies in some municipalities around the state, my understanding is that the daily fines are usually come into play when the municipality is taking the landlord to court itself, rather than having the state's attorney's office prosecute the cases. And as I said earlier, the towns often don't have the capacity to do those cases. So what is happening around the state is that the state's attorney's office is prosecuting these cases, and the maximum fine is $250 for the violation in total and for each violation.
Okay, and maybe you could enlighten the committee on what types of violation. Well, actually, you already did, so I won't be duplicative. You shared some of the violations in New Haven. I guess at this point, I don't have any further questions. I think Representative Brown has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Saban, thank you for testifying again before us today. We talk a lot in here. We hear the terms like bad actor, good actor, mom and pop landlord versus big conglomerate. One could make an assumption that this goes towards or goes after the larger corporate type hedge fund, if you will, landlords more by increasing the amount of the fine. However, I'm curious if your organization has done any research into where we see more code violations. Do we see it more from the larger out of touch or out of state, I should say, landlords? Do we see it more from the small local landlords? If we have any of that kind of information, I think that would be good. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
That's a good question. I don't currently have any data about that. That's something we can look into. I think from personal experience, I would say that is that does align with my personal experience. I think that I have seen some research about just the general treatment that mom and pop landlords give to their tenants versus some of the bigger out of state landlords. I think there was a recent study that I saw about higher eviction rates from those out of state landlords because they're a little bit more focused on the profit margin, whereas mom and pop landlords are often, they know their tenants and there's a little more empathy involved in those situations. But I'm not exactly sure about the full distribution. I will say, in terms of bad actors, as you were saying, I think that's a key about this proposal to raise the fine. if you're treating your tenants right and maintaining the property and giving them a safe, sanitary place to live, this is not going to affect you. This is only going to come into play really rarely if you have gotten an inspection from a local agency, which doesn't happen very often, unfortunately, and you've been found to have violations, and then they decide to take you to court, because usually you only get taken to court if you do not address the violation within a reasonable amount of time. So this is really for the bad actors who are not providing, the conditions that tenants deserve.
Great. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Representative Weir has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, sir, and thank you for, I've got my, just a couple speakers going here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Can you let me know, you mentioned one company, and we've heard that name before, that's been has had violations. In previous testimony, we've heard that company come up. How widespread is this? Are you aware of other companies that are committing these types of violations? And it really, in what I'm hearing you describe, it's egregious. It's almost willful. What other companies are you hearing? I don't need you to name them. I guess the question is, are you hearing from about other companies, or is this centered around this one company specifically? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question. I did not mean to single out this one company. I think we're just trying to provide an example of what is going on and show the sort of pattern of neglect that I think demonstrates that that the fine is not high enough to deter this kind of behavior. There are definitely many other companies around the state who are, have faced housing code fines. I think it's probably most common in some of our urban areas where there's a lot of older housing stock that needs to be repaired, and landlords, I think one other thing that's key to note is, because of this housing supply shortage that we have in the state, tenants often have no place to go really, and so landlords have a lot of leverage in these situations. They don't necessarily feel like they need to keep their properties up to code because the tenant is not going to have another option. So there are a lot of property owners around the state that have faced housing code violations. It's not just Ocean Management. But one thing I also want to say is that what this bill would do is allow municipalities to raise the fine. It is not mandating that the fine in all cases be $1,000. So there's some flexibility there for individual, cases in different towns around the state.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that clarification. I guess, as always, want to be cautious that in creating a law or creating a regulation that's going to affect, that may be targeted at, whether it's one company or one specific set of actions, that we don't kind of wrap up others in that net who are, operating properly, or, maybe make a one-time mistake, or whatever. They're probably, they're not a repeat offender. I want to make sure that we're not affecting people unintentionally. So thank you for that testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Eli.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. We'll move on to Maria Weingarten. I don't see Maria, so we'll move on to August Miller. I do see August Miller on Zoom.
All right, took me a while to get the buttons pressed here, so you could meet Representative Luxembourg and members of the Housing Committee. I was also on that marathon episode the other day, 19 hours at this computer, and I heard quite a bit of testimony. And I just want to comment one thing that I saw. It's like 90% of the accusation of bad landlords seem to be in the New Haven area. And we do have housing inspectors. We do have fire code inspectors. I mean, we have numerous ways that these things can be addressed as far as coaching. I'm here to speak in opposition to the governor's proposal number 6666 to basically take away some of landlord security deposits. And I agree, I do the same thing. I've been a landlord since 1983, 40 years in this. I've done many evictions, and I've dealt with, fortunately, the majority of very good tenants. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in business that long. I would have got out of it. 99% very good people, and they become like family. I deal on a one-to-one basis with all my tenants. They become like family. I don't want to evict people. That's the last thing I want to do, is go through the entanglement and the legal snares that are there in the legal system, which I'm sure most people will agree are slanted in favor of the tenant. If you slip up, forget to cross your T's and dot your I's, all of a sudden you don't get your eviction. I did all of my work pro se, the process and the entire eviction from beginning to end. I want to say that it's sort of like I signed that lease with a tenant. That's like a marriage. I have to go to court to undo that marriage. And I don't have the benefit of courting that tenant for a year to find out what they're about. I only know the application I'm looking at. And that application tells me, not everything about that person. People can be very good when they show up for an interview. Time will tell. Time will tell. In a few months, you really find out what that tenant is all about. So when you say you're going to reduce that security, I looked it up in the dictionary. That word means to make somebody safe and secure. That security is to give a landlord the benefit of having, okay, I'm going to give you something that's $80,000 maybe of my investment, and you're going to give me maybe $1,500 or $3,000. Whatever. It's a niche of security, which allows me, say there's a borderline applicant that I kind of like, but they have a few flaws in the application. Okay, all right, if I have the certainty that, okay, if they default, I can easily go in and eventually evict them, which I don't like doing, but that gives me some security too. Of course, that's all gone now because it's an impossible situation. Just to give you a little facts on, I spent 13 months during the epidemic, during the COVID thing, in court with 4 tenants, and was working. And I would go and give them every month or so all the data on how to apply for the Unite Connecticut system to get their arrears handled and get their rents. And guess what? Didn't do it. Not a one out of 4. I ended up losing $36,000 in 13 months and had to evict all
Excuse me, Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Can you start to wrap it up for us, please?
Okay. I'm sorry I took too long on that. Anyway, the security deposit gives you a leverage. You can, if you're asking for 1 month, as the other people have said, the landlords, you can say, okay, I'll add 300 or 400 to the security, and then, okay, now I can accept you. That's an important fact. And like when you're going to lose $13,000, what's $1,500? Is that any kind of security? Does that help me? And nothing is put that money back in my bank account. That doesn't help my family, my grandkids. I'm a person too. And any law, landlords are people. We have emotions. We have upsets. We have to live with maybe paying the electric, the heat, all utilities, everything to house somebody for nothing, to become basically a slave of the state for 13 solid months. Doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth about that. You probably can tell by my feeling on it. I'm not happy. The state hasn't come to me and given me any opportunity to reimburse me for housing people for nothing and doing all the maintenance. I was out there at 2 a.m. in the morning one night with a snowblower, clearing the sidewalks in front of a woman's apartment while I'm looking in there, lights are on, heat's on, I'm paying for everything. And I'm out there working for nothing. So, that's what I got to say is think about landlords. We're people too. We are people. We are human beings. And if you're going to kill us, I'm getting out of the business. I already sold 3 properties. because of what's happened. And they were all bought by out-of-state LLCs. So think about that. Thank you for listening.
Any additional questions for Mr. Miller? I'm not seeing any, but I guess I would just make a couple comments. I think in this committee, the Senate ranking member is a landlord, the House chair of the committee is a landlord. There are certainly people that are landlords too that sit on this committee, including in positions of authority. And we obviously are going to consider landlords' perspectives just as we consider tenants' perspectives. And we endeavor to treat all parties fairly. I would, suggest, I know you're passionate about the issue, and you have strong feelings, and we do appreciate your input, but I would suggest perhaps you contemplate the choice of your words when you present in front of the committee in terms of which words you choose to compare how you feel any policy decision we may make could be impacting you. And with that, I don't know if anybody has any other questions or comments. Seeing none, thank you for being with us, Mr. Miller.
You're welcome.
Next, we have John Sousa. Welcome back, John.
Hey, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Luxembourg. Thank you for your service again after that long marathon battle we had the other night, not battle, but hearing. I'm going to speak briefly on a couple of bills, some that I'd like to support. I'll start with the two that I'd like to oppose. The governor's bill about the security deposit part of it, the 666, and the one about the concern, the security deposit guarantee program. You heard a lot about this already, and I want how it can affect the tenants. So I wanted to talk a little bit about it. Marginal tenants have a hard time finding apartments already. A lot of landlords, believe it or not, have a sliding scale security deposit. So if you've really high credit, they may only charge you 1 month or a little bit over 1 month. But the people in the lower end of the spectrum that don't have great credit scores, they get charged more because the risk is greater. I think that's pretty logical. But what happens, let's say that you only, because I myself, I'm bound to what my tenants can afford. It's not, my tenants can only afford that, and the people that I rent to could only afford 1.5 months, which is my standard asking. That's what I get for most of my apartments. Occasionally, if someone's older, obviously I'm going to get the 1 month, but if somebody's kind of in the middle and they have half decent credit, they have a great job, but they have some other problems, I'll take them with the 2 months security deposit. So that's my sliding scale. But I know a lot of people that just use credit reports as a sliding scale. That might be a way of coming to a compromise so that everybody wins. But what happens is if the tenant has really low, if it's only a low amount of security, people aren't going to rent to them. They're not going to take the risk. I think you heard a lot about that already. And then if they have 1 month and the tenant doesn't pay the last month, which is very common because they need the money to move into the next apartment. And there's just some minor charges, cleaning. Nobody ever cleans their stove forever. As I've been doing this, they leave a mess on the stove for the maintenance people to clean. Let's say $200 to buy some cleaning and a couple minor dings and dangs they have to fix. There's no money left in the security because they left without paying, the last month. And the only recourse the landlord would have to say, please pay me. And if they don't, they could put it on their credit report. And then what does that do? That hurts the tenant. Whereas if they had the 1.5 months or the 2 months, they would just take out the $200 and send them the check back. So it wouldn't affect their credit report. So that's just the thing, the unintended consequences of stuff that happens like that. So I'd like to see the credit. I'd like to see the security deposit, at least some kind of sliding scale that, at least 1.5 months minimum. But the more, in some places you can make it three months because, people that have, records for, what do you call it? Conviction records. They have eviction records. They need the ability to somebody to help them and get, to take that risk on that person. And maybe they've changed their lives and you want people to take a risk on them, but it's so expensive to do an eviction. They don't want to. So the 3 months would be helpful, 2 minimum. So I'll stop there. The act for the security deposit guarantee part, They want to lower the security deposit in there. Again, it's the same thing. If you want to help people, it should be higher, not lower. I'll make it quick. I do want to support the act concerning the rental assistance program that changes. The bill makes rental assistance programs more flexible and faster payment and inspection schedules. It's good for tenants. It's good for the housing providers because we don't automatically lose 1 month's rent at a turnover when a subsidized tenant applies for the apartment. That's one of the biggest hurdles with all those programs. I think somebody touched on it earlier today that they get these wrap certificates and stuff and they can't find apartment. And part of the reason they may be a very good tenant, but you as a landlord, you're almost guaranteed to lose a month's rent because the people can't come do the inspection. They can't do the paperwork in time. You know, you automatically lose. Whereas you have people that are ready to move in, you know, the day you have it done, a regular paying on their own benefit tenant. So that program, by changing those things, would allow subsidized tenants to compete and better compete for available housing stock. That's a win-win for everybody. I think that's a home run for both sides. The last one,
Sure.
the tenants.
Just, you can start to wrap up for us, please.
You got it. The last one, the eliminating the requirement to store tenants' personal possessions. This bill has been batted around forever. It costs everybody a lot of money. I get it. My thought was, and we talked about this at one of our board meetings, is only way I think that everyone's going to agree is if they make it by the tenant request. So a lot of times, you know, Rafi even said, and the sheriff even said, let's see, Rafi said like 20% of the people don't do anything, right? And they show up at their door and they got to do something. And then even when they take the guy from the town said 90% of the stuff ends up going into the trash, but 10% of the people come and get it. So if we had a system somewhere where the tenant could say, yes, I want all my stuff, or gee, I took what I wanted. I only really want the bed because it's in good condition. Maybe the town can help me with that. You know, that would reduce the mass majority of it down to maybe 50%, 40%, 30%. And that would be a great step in the right direction to save everybody a few bucks and save some money in the housing system. So I'll leave it at that. And it's just a thought, because this bill's been around for years and years. They've been trying to change it. And I see the frustration on everybody's side. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and grateful too for your, you know, sort of thoughtful testimony, being in favor of some and not in favor of others on the agenda. We appreciate your perspective on all issues. Any questions? I do see Senator Moore. Take it away, Senator.
Thank you. So thank you, John, for your testimony. It seems to be very balanced and thoughtful. I'd like to ask you, and this is just my own ignorance. So a security deposit, I thought, was first and last month, right? But never more than what the monthly charges. Is that incorrect? Can you charge more for security deposit?
So just so we get it clear, it's technically not first and last months. It's, you can have 2 months security and you can ask for 1 month of rent up front. So a total of 3 months would be the maximum. So it's the day you move in, you potentially have to pay 3 months of rent. One represents the month that you're in to pay the rent, and the other two would be the security deposit. So some landlords just view it as last month's, meaning they just assume the tenant's gonna, you know, not pay the last month because they need the money to get to the next place. Technically, that's not correct. Technically, it's security. And, you know, you could say to them, you're not supposed to use the security for rent, but that doesn't stop them from doing it. Especially, you know, lower economic status, you know, they don't have the money. It's tight. I understand that. That's why I only charge a month and a half, because a lot of times they do use it and I just want to give them some incentive, you know, to clean up the place so that I don't have to charge them for things. And I'm not a charge happy person. I really very reasonable, but when they don't have any skin in the game, they leave a mess, you know, that's how it works.
But my question goes, so is that 2 months equal to 2 months rent?
Yes, correct. So 2 months of the rent is the security maximum.
Is
So
it,
if it's $1,000 rent, you can collect the $2,000 security plus $1,000 for the first month's rent the day they move in.
and can it exceed the amount of a monthly rental?
So I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if I'm renting for $1,000, can you ask me
Right.
for, instead of asking me for 2 times 1,000, can you ask me for 2 times 2,000?
No, the security can never be more than 2 months equivalent of rent. So if it's $1,000, like you said, I can get $2,000 period max.
That's what
I
I
don't
wanted to
do
hear.
that.
That
Yeah.
was it.
Unless
That's
you're
what I wanted to hear.
62 or disabled, then it's only 1 month. If you're 62 and older or disabled, then it's only 1 month.
Thank you. I just want to get that on the record.
Sure.
And then I want to say, I don't know why, but those bad actors aren't showing up, because everybody that we've talked to so far, are doing what they should be doing. And, maybe some people are bad actors and they don't know it. But I appreciate you all because it seems like the people who've represented landlords, in my opinion, in the last couple of days have been people who are trying to do the right thing. So I thank you. It's too bad that there are some that out there not doing it and that it impacts everybody. But thank you. Thank you for that testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Luxembourg.
Yep. Any additional questions? Seeing none, John, thank you for your thoughtful input as always. We'll move on next to Mark Gottesdiener. Oh, Gottesdiener, sorry. Well, he won't, since he's not here, he won't be upset that I botched his name, presumably, unless he's watching at home, wondering why the chairman doesn't know how to pronounce his name. Moving on to Tony Johnson. That's an easy one to pronounce for all of us. Tony, are you here? Okay. Moving on, John Miranda. Seeing John, I'm wondering if people were scared away from participation because of our marathon prior hearing. And I hope that's not the case, because we want to be a welcoming committee for people to participate. But we'll keep moving down the list. Kanisha Flippin. Did I get that pronunciation? Quanisha Flippin. Well, I'm batting 0 today. But I hope in spite of that, you feel welcome and comfortable to testify in front of this housing committee. We're all very nice people. It's not a scary place. Welcome to the housing committee. Just do us a favor, hit that button in front of your microphone on the, yep, there you go.
Good afternoon, Housing Committee. So yes, my name is Quanisha Flippin. I am I'm a community organizer. I work for Connecticut Citizen Action Group, and I also am a member of Nonprofit Accountability Group as well. And I'm a part of the community. But I just don't want to take up too much time with that. I have been facing some serious housing issues, like seriously. So, I mean, a lot of the bills I can lift up, but I believe one of the biggest ones would be the, I don't have my list up, sorry, but the rental assistance program, the rental assistance one, that, and as well as the security deposit. But I've been facing some difficulties looking for an apartment. I have been renting at my apartment for 3 years. I actually started renting over 14 years ago, like when I was 19 years old. So I've never had an eviction. I've always had good history with my landlords. And now, right where I live now, I've been there for 3 years. And my landlord, we've been having sometimes we have issues. So I don't know if it's just like a vendetta or something like that, but I was in communication with her. I had received money from the Unite CT program. They paid her. And then afterwards she had filed an eviction after receiving funds, and we was in communication. So that was rectified because they paid, and it was just like, why did you even do that? So I have that standing on my record. So then fast forward to now, following year, we was in communication. I tried to apply for the Unite CT program to help me again, but I guess since they helped me, I've reached the max limit. And so they couldn't help me anymore. They denied me. So there's a tenant advocate that's at my rental agency, and they told me to go to CRT because they had funds. So I did exactly what they told me to do. CRT granted me the funds. So this was like in October, and they granted me the funds in November 10th was the day that it was approved. So my landlord knew of this, and I told them, and they still filed an eviction. So they started the eviction process again, and they actually received a check. I was in communication with her. I was asking her, I actually have text messages, and I was asking her, and I was glad to hear that other landlord to say that he was in communication with his tenant, because my landlord doesn't do that. She was very difficult. And I was asking her, I have text messages, and I was saying, hey, is there a balance that I owe? I know that the check is, being sent. Is there anything that I owe? So I want to know so I can be current. Do I owe you for the month of December, or am I squared away, and do I just owe you for the month of January? So she never gave me a amount. They actually received the check December 9th, and she still filed an eviction process December 15th, literally 6 days later. So I was like, what is this? And then also too, to mention, that's the reason why I wanted to mention the rental agency program. I got approved for a Section 8 voucher in New Britain, and I can't get approved for an apartment. I've been looking and looking and looking. Sorry, I don't want to get emotional. I have 3 kids. I'm about to lose this voucher. It's, excuse me, I'm about to lose this voucher because I cannot find an apartment because this eviction is being held over my head. And I work 2 full-time jobs. I bust my behind to take care of my kids. I have 3 kids, and they want so much requirement. They want so much for you to, they want you to make 3 times the rent. I make 3 times the rent. They want you to have a decent credit score. My credit score is not the best, but it's pretty decent. It's like a low 600. I still can't find an apartment. And it's so frustrating. Sorry. And it's so frustrating. And I don't have any evictions except for this one thing that's being held over my head. And it's an unfair eviction. My landlord was even held in hot water. She chose the wrong person to mess with, because I'm sorry, I'm a part of the housing committee. We have people in our community, and we all stood together. We stood there. They actually filed that process. I didn't even know that the eviction process was going on, because I thought that we was in communication, and I kept telling her, let me know if I owe you anything. And she wouldn't tell me. She kept saying, reach out to the lawyer. And I reached out to the lawyer. I finally had someone from CT Fair Housing to reach out to the lawyer that reached out to the lawyer back, and they responded. And finally, I was able to find out that, hey, there's a balance that you owe for January and February, which they never communicated. So in the month of December, I didn't even owe anything. There was a 0 balance. I didn't even need to go through an eviction process because there was nothing that I owed them.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I know.
No,
Sorry.
if you wanted to start wrapping up,
Yeah.
thank you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you. So yes, so with that being said, there's so much that I feel like that could be done is with the rental agency, the rental programs, the vouchers being extended. Yeah, to say the least, it's really difficult. Even as far as the requirements for getting an apartment, they want you to jump through burning hoops to get an apartment, and it's crazy. There's no reason why I should make a decent amount of money, and I don't have any evictions prior to this. And I have a letter from the executive director at my rental agency that confirmed that I don't owe anything, and I still can't find an apartment. I have a real estate agent that's helping me. We see apartments all the time. Literally, I just saw an apartment over the weekend. I provided the letter to them, and it stated Quanisha owes nothing. And if there's any questions, call us back. And I can't find an apartment. So yes, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for coming here in person and sharing your story, and I guess having the courage, given everything that you're going through, to come before us. If and I think I'm probably speaking on behalf of everybody that I think we're all deeply troubled and saddened, and also a bit angry to hear what you have gone through, because it does seem awfully unfair. I wanted to ask a question, which is, it's actually bringing to light an issue that this committee is talking about and considering, and it has to do with evictions that are filed but don't actually result in a court victory for the landlord, in scenarios where I think potentially a landlord might have a dispute with a tenant and file an eviction, potentially in a retaliatory way, or an eviction that they're filing without merit.
No cause.
The tenant, yeah, well, it could be, that could be because the lease ends, but there could be another scenario where for whatever reason, there's a breakdown in communications, it's filed and the tenant takes it all the way to court and wins in court, or the tenant gets current immediately, but that eviction is still somewhere lurking on a judicial website. So when you go look for another apartment, the next landlord looks it up on the judicial website and says, oh, I see an eviction. That's a risk. Now I'm not going to give you the apartment. But what they don't see is that is sort of the devil's in the details, that you didn't lose an eviction case. In fact, you did everything right. You even filled out documents and paperwork, and the paperwork for Unite CT was onerous. So you made it through that paperwork. In fact, you worked collaboratively with the landlord to submit that paperwork. But that this could still pose a horrible barrier for you, very, very serious concern. So I guess my question is it your sense that you're being rejected from being able to use your voucher, and now your voucher is about to expire, which is another bill we're looking at, because landlords that are considering your application are going onto the judicial website and seeing that there's an eviction, or are you telling them up front? How are they getting that information?
Yes, that's correct. There's a credit process, and they do a background check. And then I guess with the background check, not only do they run your credit score, they look to see if you have any evictions. And I would support that if there's something that can change those things, because those evictions, like, for instance, like I mentioned, this unfair eviction, thankfully, finally, with the executive director, we finally got her attention, and she's actually like trying to get it removed from my history, because I told her I can't move out of this apartment now. And luckily they're trying to do that. But that's only this one situation. Not everyone is going to have that type of luck. Not everyone is going to have that type of, not to say luck, not everyone's going to have that type of community organizing. We literally sat together and emailed and called and, put things on social media, and we hounded them, because that's what we needed to do, because we needed our voices to be heard. This is unfair. My youngest is 3 years old, and you're trying to evict a child. So I would stand for that, because like these evictions, like this eviction that's on my record right now for no reason at all, because I was current in my rent they received the check December 9th, and they continued to file the eviction December 15th, which is crazy. So that is just really like, not to keep repeating myself, but it's just crazy. When you think about the numbers, they didn't owe, and I didn't owe them anything. And now this eviction is standing over my head. I can't even get an apartment. So yes, I would love for that, because people don't get to see that. Luckily I have a letter from the executive director to confirm that, hey, Quanisha owes nothing. She's at a $0 balance. There's nothing that she owes. Luckily that I have that. But like I said, not everyone has that situation to be able to explain themselves. They just look at the website and see an eviction, and they don't understand why. They just see it and it looks bad.
And as a follow-up, because that is serving as a barrier, are you, when you're going to look for an apartment, are you able to tell are you able to share this story with the new landlord, and are you able to offer the new landlord 2 months security, or is that a financial barrier for you as well? Because I'm trying to imagine what's happening for the new landlord. They're hearing your version, and they're comparing your version of the story with what they're seeing on a pro forma credit report that's also done a background check, that's also presumably seen this eviction on the judicial website. So they're hearing your version, and they're seeing this, and they're thinking, I don't know. I don't know if the judicial website is right, or the background check I've done is right, or I don't know if Kanisha is right. She seems like an honest person, and they're in a jam. And then they're probably contemplating, well, if I'm not sure, how do I protect myself from the risk, because I don't know? And they may be wondering, well, maybe 2 months security deposit might give me that protection. Have landlords said, can you do 2 months security deposit? And is that a barrier as well because of your economic situation?
Yes, so definitely, I believe, so my situation right now, I don't have it saved up per se, because I try to save for, a rainy day. I have a car, I have things, like I said, my 3 children. So the money that I don't have, to even touch on security deposit, like you can come up with the $2,000, $3,000 for a security deposit, but then there's also the moving expenses. to move in, you know, so when you're moving to an apartment, there's a lot of money that goes into it, not just the, you know, $2,000. I heard a landlord say, oh, if you can't move in, if you can't get $2,000 to move in, blah, blah, blah. Like, come on now. It's not just that. You literally it's cost way more than $2,000 to move into an apartment. I'm sorry, it's way more than that. You have to pay the movers and everything else. But yes, that's a barrier. Luckily, granted, like I don't know. Granted, I have a program that is going to pay my security deposit. So right now, it's not physically a barrier for me, but for anyone else, the homelessness is at an all-time high. There's so much people that don't have apartments. So I'm sure that they wouldn't be able to get it's a barrier for a lot of people. It's definitely a barrier. It would be a barrier for me if I didn't have that program to help me. And as far as like the security deposits, yes, they have asked me, can you pay at least two? So I have a real estate agent and she's looking for the apartments for me. So I haven't spoke to them physically lately because she's been doing all the footwork, but because they just wasn't responding to me at all. There's like 50 people going to view these apartments. They're getting application fees. I got tired of looking for apartments. Like, I'm paying all these application fees for no reason. So I just pay the one fee. She has a soft screen or something like that. And they look up my stuff. And then hopefully she finds me an apartment for next month, but I don't really have to do that like negotiating. But she has said to them, hey, she has a letter and she has this thing to back her up and, you know, basically to say, hey, she doesn't owe anything and, you know, can you at least give her a chance? And yeah, so it's just been difficult. But
I'm very grateful that you came forward to give us that very, very real world perspective, but very sorry for what you are going through. I want to see if members of the committee have questions for you. Representative Kadeem Roberts.
Thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Quick question. Maybe I missed it, but you did speak about the entire eviction process.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you said something in the lines of you weren't notified.
Oh man, so my landlord, I was actually like kind of giving props to the other landlord for like being in communication with his tenant because I didn't get that. My landlord was very difficult. I have text messages where I reached out to her and I was like, hey, you know, can you at least let me know what the balance is? Can you let me know if I owe anything? I know that the check is going to be coming to you. Let me know when you receive the check. And she was always like, you know, reach out to the lawyer. I can't tell you anything. I can't communicate with you. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I at least want to know so I don't owe you guys anything. So when they did receive the check, I actually didn't even owe anything at all. They was paid in full and it was a zero balance. And I was just like appalled because she could have at least said, Quanisha, you don't owe anything.
And then you said the 9th they contacted you, and then the 15th they sent the eviction letter.
Yeah, so actually, so the 15th was, so when I looked up, okay, I wasn't really looking up all the eviction stuff. I never had an eviction, so I didn't know the process. So all this stuff was going on, I guess, from November to January. There was like a court date in January that I hadn't missed because I thought it was the 25th and I just started a new job and organizing job and I work overnight and I have 3 kids and I'm just busy, like I'm just busy. But yeah, so I had the wrong date and it was very crucial that I missed the court date because I wasn't able to explain my situation to the judge and they had filed an eviction, like the execution actually. And there was supposed to be a marshal that was there and all my friends was there and we was all standing like, no, this is not gonna happen. And we called and emailed and did all the organizing that we had to do. But yeah, during that time, I had no idea that what was going on. When I did finally look up everything online, I was like, are you serious? They was filing stuff in the month of December and they received money in December? Like, it makes no sense. You received money December 9th.
Okay.
You received the check and you still continue to follow an eviction process. I don't understand. So yeah, that just made no sense.
Definitely. Thank you so much for testifying today.
Thank you.
The words are not going unnoticed. So we deeply appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you again for having the courage to visit us, and we'll keep your story in our minds and hearts as we continue forward.
I appreciate it. And I hope to find an apartment soon. Hopefully I find something for the month of March. At least I have till the end of March. So That's good.
We hope so too.
Thank
We
you.
hope so too.
Have
Thank you. Yeah, I'm seeing that Tony Johnson, who we had previously called, is now with us on Zoom. So welcome. And your Zoom says Anthony Johnson. So let me give you your formal title. Anthony Johnson, welcome to the Housing Committee, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. My friends call me Tony. So there's a lot of Anthony's around and there's a lot of Tonys. So it's very difficult to figure out who you're talking to sometimes. So I try to make it Tony. But thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all this afternoon. Again, my name is Tony Johnson. I'm from Greenwich, Connecticut. I represent the Greenwich Housing Authority, which now called Greenwich Communities. I also am here today representing Connecticut NARO, the Association of Housing Authorities for the state of Connecticut. And I'm speaking in that capacity today as the head of the legislative committee. And one of the things I want to state up front here is that our organization would love to work with all the committees within the state to craft legislation that works for all and that improves housing throughout the state. That's our mission, that's our goal. And for a lot of us, that's a passion, that we have. So in that regard, SB 1049, the Act concerning payment standards and applications for the federal housing choice voucher program. Obviously, there's been a lot of attention to the housing choice voucher program due to recent articles and also the demand for housing in the state of Connecticut. But I want to report that one of the criteria under this bill is that the Department of Housing adopt a regulations to establish a statewide waiting list. I think that's based on the Massachusetts model. We as an organization could possibly support that. I think it needs to be studied. The Massachusetts model is a voluntary model and it's not a required model for all housing authorities to participate in that program. Also, a lot of housing authorities, due to regulations, actually have local preferences that they can establish for their particular housing authority. Those preferences are due to regulations and the community within they operate within, because it gives them the local flavor and local control over what they're trying to do within their housing authorities. For us, it's people who live or work in the town of Greenwich. And for others, it could be homelessness. For others, it could be different. So there are different priorities that could be established. But I would like to say that in general, we probably could support this bill with study and some assistance from us in terms of crafting it, that it works for everybody. But in dealing with that, the other part of it that's a very interesting thing is the requirement for municipal housing authorities to post a housing choice voucher rules and the value of the voucher on the internet. We actually do post, obviously, rules related to the Section 8 voucher program. You can't publish every rule, so I'm not sure what rule you're speaking of or what rule has been contemplated here. But one of the things that they're talking about is the value of the voucher. The value of the voucher changes throughout the state. It could be in the same community that the value of the voucher changes. And so to say that the value of the voucher in this zip code is the value of the voucher in the next zip code doesn't work, and which is very difficult to explain to people. And also, this is another thing, unintended consequences of having a voucher and publishing the value of that voucher is that in a community like I've done here over the years, is that you publish the maximum value of the voucher, everybody wants it, even though your unit is not up to standard and shouldn't actually receive that value of the voucher. And what it also does is, and this is the unintended consequence, is that, believe it or not, it forces the median value of rental apartments in an area higher due to the fact that you're driving up the rate that you're going to get from a voucher that you couldn't get in the private market, but you're going to try to move that private market value higher to the market. So that also occurs.
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson. If you could start to wrap up your testimony, please.
Oh, sure, I can.
Thank you, sir.
The other thing is that the more you pay, the Section 8 program is a budget-based program. So the more you spend on the voucher, the less people you can help. that's all. I can add a lot more, but if you have any questions, I will be happy to discuss that with you.
Yeah, we appreciate your testimony and appreciate you being with us. You touched on the issue of the value of the voucher being tied to fair market rent numbers, which are different by zip code. In Manchester, where I represent, there are two different zip codes, 06040 and 06042. And the fair market rent numbers, which I believe come down from HUD,
Correct.
For a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom or a studio, are wildly different from 06040 to 06042. So they're even different within the town of Manchester. And so I'm sharing that with the committee just to give you a sense of how complex it is. I'm wondering if the notice of the value of the voucher that is in this bill might have to be clarified to, like, here's a link to the published HUD fair market website where you can literally type in your zip code and pull up the number and get to the real information as a possible solution to this challenge. But I fear that may not even solve it, because some housing authorities can go up to 110% for certain types of vouchers on fair market, and other types they can go up to 120%, I think, in certain situations. Can you expound on that a little more? Because we really want to get to we don't want to make a mistake by not drilling down enough.
Because, HUD has allowed, because of the scarcity of housing in a lot of communities, not just in Connecticut, but across the country, has allowed housing authorities, for example, in Greenwich, we are at 110% of our fair market value that they originally established for us. And the reason that is to actually entice landlords to join the program. And so even more financial value to that voucher. And again, in an attempt to bring in more landlords to participate in the program. But as you do that, you're also moving the entire market higher within your community. So it's dog chasing its tail with not good consequences at the end of the day. And there are places within the country where they've gone even higher than 120%.
That's interesting. And is it the case that different housing authorities are using that discretion of 110% different ways? I mean, I've heard that some housing authorities say, oh, we'll only give up to 110% if the tenant is a person with a disability. But if the tenant doesn't have a disability, we won't give up to 110%. Other housing authorities are just giving up to 110% to anybody that asks for it, to try to, as you said, incentivize the landlords to participate in the program. It seems like there's, that's being handled differently by different housing authorities across the state. Is that your experience as well?
Not my personal experience. It could be. It depends on, because to go to 110% or 120%, you literally have to get HUD's approval. You can't just do it as a housing authority. So if they went to that group and they did it because of the fact that they were having a trouble doing, finding disabled housing, and they were trying to incentivize that particular market, that's why they would only say we would do 110% for this standard of housing and not this standard of housing. But for myself, we do 110% for all units that we rent.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful testimony. Do any committee members have questions for Mr. Johnson? I see a committee member thinking about asking a question. He's contemplating. Hey, sit tight with us, Mr. Johnson.
No problem. No problem.
Go ahead. Don't be shy, Representative Weir. I think Representative Weir has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to throw you a curveball. So I would like permission to ask Mr. Johnson for his input on House Bill 6593, which we heard a couple of weeks ago regarding housing authority jurisdiction. But we, to my recollection, did not have anybody weigh in from the Housing Authority. So with your permission, sir.
Excuse me, I'm gonna step in here.
Oh.
Because I've already said that we're speaking to the agenda only and not moving away from that. And I apologize, Mr. Ware. I was thinking the same thing because I had never met Mr. Johnson before. I was thinking the same thing, but I want to be consistent in how we run our meeting. Thank you.
Can I offer myself at any point in time I could visit with you or have a conversation with any of you all as an organization or on my own, whatever you prefer?
Well, it is a Senate bill, and I can reach out to you if you provide
We
written
will make
testimony.
ourselves available. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Ware.
Okay, seeing no other further questions, I think I might suggest we hand the chairing of this hearing back to Senator Moore if she's agreeable. And
I am.
Perhaps
Thank
while
you.
we do that, we could call on Mark McWilliams, who I believe is next on the list to join us.
Yes, I am.
Okay, the floor is yours, Mark.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me the time to speak on the Bill 666 regarding security deposits. I'm a small landlord. I have rental units, and honestly, as other landlords have said, we're not looking to evict people. We provide, safe housing. We maintain housing. We want people to stay. We have a relationship. I know all my tenants. They have my phone number. They can call me at any hour. But the challenge is when you have a vacant apartment and you come across new candidates, if they're borderline, you're going to want to cover your bases because I'd prefer to take a higher credit candidate than somebody who just doesn't get to that credit limit, because you're risking $5,000-$10,000 if things go south, and you don't know that it's going to go south until you're a month into it. So I'm opposed to having the security cut down to 1 month. I don't I don't want to trivialize it. I realize that tenants have to come up with a lot of money, but we have $100,000 or $120,000 unit, and they can easily do that kind of damage. If other tenants they can usually do a month's security worth of damage. It and then some. It takes typically two months to follow through with an eviction. Then you have the cost of a Marshal and a movers, and the last one I did was well over $5,000 with damages and everything else. So it's if you were to loan your friend $100 and they said, I'll give you 50 back now and I'll try and pay you back the other 50, would you enter into that arrangement? You wouldn't. You're not even at break even with the current security law. I work with my tenants. I work oftentimes I'll take a month security and then payments over time to get up to 2 months. I feel like it would damage people's credits because if you make it exactly the same as the rent, 1 month security, they're going to use it for their last month. There'll be nothing. And when they rip the doors off of the apartment or stain the carpet or anything, my sole remedy if they don't pay it is I've got to wreck their credit in small claims by suing them. And nobody wants that. I don't want to do that. It would be much easier. I very rarely ding people on the security. Most of the time people clean their apartments, they're out, they give me some notice. It works well. I have good communication. But the people that struggle, that can't pay their rent, that have to leave in a hurry or something, then you're talking about having to use some security to cover those expenses, and it's brutal. Kind of rambling, but I think that the marginal tenants would be most hurt by this, and I don't think it's a help, honestly. it's not just my point of view or what's good for me. I think in terms of tenants, the people you're most trying to help, which is the people that are struggling, would be hurt the most by lowering the security deposit. And as another side, other states that have lower security deposits, Indiana, you can get somebody out in, a little over 20 days. It's not 6 weeks.
Mr. McWilliams, if you could start to wrap up your testimony, please.
Okay, so basically, I'm opposed to 1 month security deposit. I think it should stay at 2 months, and it gives you flexibility to make other terms with a tenant. You could do 1 month and 3/4. You could pay over several months, but when you make it a month, it's very hard. I mean, just checking into a hotel, they grab your credit card for $500 for a room against damages. I mean, that's the way the world works. Anyway,
thank you for your testimony. I have a question for you, if you don't mind, Mr. McWilliams, on another bill.
Yep.
Okay, it's regarding the storing of a person's possessions when they're evicted.
That's really challenging. I've had a number of people that have been evicted. I've done this 25 years, and I've had 1 or 2 people come back to me after the fact and said, where did my stuff go? How can I get to it? But 95% of the time, probably even more than that, probably more like 99% of the time, their stuff is left behind to be disposed of, or whatever you want to say. And I'm conflicted because I think there should be a mechanism where they could opt in for the storage. I think that it might. John Sousa's testimony was innovative. I thought that was kind of interesting, because nobody wants to trash people's life belongings, and it's not a pleasant situation any way you slice it, but they should have the opportunity to get a little bit more time if they can.
All right, well, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. McWilliams? If I'm missing anybody, please let me know. All right, then. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next is Ben Shaken. Is Ben in the room?
Ben is not in the room.
Thank you. Winston McCalla, I see you, sir. Mr. McCalla, you ready to testify? I will come back to you. Theodore Haddad. I don't see him on the screen. That was the last person that I had on the list. Mr. McCalla, I see you on the screen, but I don't hear you. And we will be ending this hearing. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak that did not have an opportunity, or anyone who we bypassed when we called their name?
Does not appear so. Anyone else in the room that's willing to speak?
All right, then. I apologize, Mr. McCalla. I can't get to you, but I'm going to adjourn this public hearing. I thank everyone for their attendance. Compared to the other night, this was a very short meeting, but I think we got a lot of context for some of these bills we have. So I thank all of you all, and have a great day. I'm adjourning the meeting. Thank you.